Hello everyone, and welcome back to Haunted Sleep. I know many of you tune in to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, so before you settle in, I'd love for each of you to leave a comment sharing where in the world you're listening from. And if you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to give a like and subscribe to the channel. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. My mother is from Tura, a small town in Meghalaya. Back then, Tura was sparsely populated, with lots of empty plots overgrown with shrubs surrounding their bungalow. My mother's family, including her parents, uncles, and aunts, all lived together in this bungalow. One day, my nanny, my mother's mom, fell seriously ill and was taken to a hospital in Guwahati. The doctors warned the family that she might not survive. Most of the family members stayed by her side at the hospital, while my father stayed back in the bungalow to look after the house. My mother was at the hospital, distraught over the situation. That evening, my nanny passed away. One of my uncles called my father to inform him of the sad news. My father, deeply saddened, told the servants and then went to his room. Sitting on his bed with his eyes closed, he thought about how hard it would be to console my mother when she returned the next day with the rest of the family and Nanny's body. It was around 10 p.m. when something strange happened. Suddenly, the room filled with the smell of burning agarbatis, incense sticks. The scent grew stronger within minutes, as if dozens of incense sticks were burning all at once. My father, confused, opened the door and stepped outside, but the house was silent, and everyone was asleep. No incense sticks had been lit anywhere in the house. When he returned to his room, the smell was still there, even stronger than before. Frightened but trusting in God, my father prayed and eventually fell asleep. The incident never repeated, and a few days later, he shared it only with my mother, not with the rest of the family. A few years after my nanny's death, my parents were living in Patna with their joint family. By then, they had a 2-year-old daughter, my elder sister. At that time, Patna was not very developed, and the house was surrounded by empty plots. Though there were a few nearby houses, the area felt quite isolated. It was Navratri, the festival of 9 nights, but tensions were high in the family due to personal disputes. My mother, as the eldest daughter-in-law, was under a lot of pressure to manage things. Exhausted and running a high fever, she was also struggling emotionally. On the last night of Navratri, my mother was trying to put my sister to sleep when she unknowingly dozed off. Around 11 p.m., she suddenly woke up, feeling as if someone had smacked her feet. Looking around, she saw no one. Everyone in the house was fast asleep, including my sister. She went to the kitchen to drink water and noticed a faint smell of agarbatis. Within minutes, the scent grew stronger, just as my father had described years ago. This time, the smell seemed to fill the dining hall. Remembering my father's story, she felt both scared and comforted. The pleasant smell seemed to ease her worries, and she went back to sleep. That night, my mother dreamed of my nanny. In the dream, Nanny hugged her warmly and explained what was troubling her. She revealed that in the midst of all the family conflicts, my mother had forgotten to offer her daily prayers. Nanny gently advised her to go to the temple the next morning and apologize to God. She also reminded her to always stay punctual with religious worship. My mother followed her advice, and in the days that followed, the family tensions eased significantly. Sometime later, my mother shared this experience with a saint who occasionally visited our house. The saint explained that when loved ones who have passed away wish to comfort or guide us, their presence is often marked by something familiar, like the smell of agarbatis. He reassured her that during Navratri, the spirit's good intentions were supported by divine energies, which allowed it to fulfill its purpose without interference. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I had invited a couple of friends over to my house. We were all getting a little bored when my uncle decided to share one of his most unforgettable experiences. My uncle was an English teacher who taught 11th and 12th grade boys at a college located on the outskirts of Hyderabad city. The college campus included a hostel, as it was far from the city. The area was quite isolated, surrounded by empty fields. with the nearest village about 5 miles away. Because of the location, my uncle and 2 of his colleagues, Hari, the physics teacher, and Raju, the Sanskrit teacher, decided to live in the hostel. The hostel wasn't ideal. It lacked proper water supply and cleanliness. After 6 months, they decided to move out and rent a small house in the nearby village. The house they chose was owned by an old widowed woman who lived next door. It was a clean 2-bedroom house. My uncle and Hari shared one room, while Raju took the other. For a few weeks, everything was peaceful. One night, Raju woke up terrified and called for my uncle and Hari. He claimed there was something in his room. My uncle checked but found nothing unusual. To help Raju feel safe, my uncle stayed in his room that night. After that, there were no incidents for a while. One evening, my uncle and Hari had some work in the city, leaving Raju alone in the house. That night, Raju woke up with a jolt. His cot had been lifted on one side, and he tumbled onto the floor. Terrified, he ran to the owner's house and begged her to let him sleep there for the night. The kind old woman agreed. The next day, Raju explained what happened. He insisted on leaving the house and moving back to the hostel. However, my uncle convinced him to stay with a friend, Murthy, who lived in the same village. Murthy's house was a large 2-story building with plenty of open space filled with mango and neem trees. For a while, everything was calm. My uncle and Hari stayed in the rented house and never experienced anything unusual. It seemed like whatever was happening was only targeting Raju. One night, the 3 friends went to a late-night movie in the city. By the time they returned to the village, it was almost midnight. My uncle and Hari decided to drop Raju off at Murthy's house first. To reach the house, Raju had to walk through a dark, open area surrounded by trees. When asked if he wanted company, Raju said he would manage on his own. The night was darker than usual due to a power cut and a moonless sky. Raju carried a small torch as he walked cautiously through the trees. After a few minutes, he felt like someone was following him. His heart raced, and he quickened his pace toward the house. Just as he began climbing the stairs, he heard a voice call his name. Raju! Raju! In a chilling tone. Terrified, he dashed to the balcony where Murthy had arranged a cot for him. He jumped onto the bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and tried to calm down. Moments later, he peeked out from under the blanket and froze. A white figure in the shape of a woman stood near his bed, smiling eerily. Unable to bear it, Raju screamed loudly. Murthy and his family woke up and rushed to the balcony. They found Raju trembling, crying, and gasping for breath. The white figure had vanished, and no one else had seen it. That night, Raju decided he could no longer stay in the village. He resigned from his job and left the next day. Curious and disturbed, my uncle and his friends started asking the villagers about the house and the strange incidents. What they learned shocked them. About 10 years earlier, an old woman in the village, who had no children of her own, adopted an orphan named Raju. She adored him, but tragically, the boy died in an accident in a nearby village. Heartbroken, the woman passed away a few months later. Since her death, people named Raju in the village reportedly experienced strange encounters. The villagers believed the old woman's spirit was still searching for her beloved adopted son. Thankfully, after moving to Hyderabad, Raju's uncle never experienced anything paranormal again. I moved into this house after my marriage in 2009. It's a spacious 4-bedroom flat in central Mumbai, built on a plot of land purchased by my husband's grandmother in the 1940s. Originally a small bungalow stood there, but as her family grew, she decided to replace it with a building. The construction was fraught with delays and issues, taking 15 years instead of the planned 5. Grandma faced many challenges with the builders and contractors, which consumed her energy until her final days. The family endured significant hardship during this time, and soon after moving into the new house, my father-in-law passed away unexpectedly. This devastating loss was followed by Grandma's passing a few years later. When I moved into the house in 2009, our family included my mother-in-law Asha, my brother-in-law Sachin, his wife Vanita, my husband Samir, and me. Vanita was also pregnant with her first child at the time. On a warm Friday night, we were all sitting in the living room having coffee when we heard the distinct sound of a cup being placed on the kitchen counter. None of us were in the kitchen, and our cups were still in our hands. The kitchen windows were closed, and the cupboard where we kept the cups was locked. Though puzzled, we dismissed it as our imagination. Soon, however, strange experiences became a recurring part of my life. To reach the washroom at night, I had to pass through the living room. Many times I felt the presence of an old lady sitting in a chair, staring at me. It terrified me, and I would rush back to the safety of my bedroom. Vanita, who stayed in Grandma's old room, also reported feeling the presence of an old woman standing by her bed at night. None of the other family members experienced anything unusual and chalked up our fears to overactive imaginations. One night, while walking back to my room, I accidentally got tangled in the curtain separating the living room from the hallway. I felt as though I had stumbled upon a man who resembled my late father-in-law. His startled and annoyed presence left me shaken, and since then, I've avoided touching that curtain at night. These occurrences became routine, and we accepted them as part of life, though we couldn't explain them. In early 2011, Vanita, her 2-year-old son Rahul, and I were alone at home on a Sunday evening. The rest of the family had gone to a funeral. While we were in the kitchen, Vanita suddenly saw an old lady pass through the hallway, enter the living room, and vanish near the dining area. Too stunned to speak, she stayed silent, but Rahul immediately said, "One grandma has come into the house and is now in the living area," even tracing the route she had taken. We checked the living room, but it was empty. This experience confirmed our belief that Grandma's spirit still lingered. However, the rest of the family didn't believe us, so we stopped sharing our experiences with them. Later, Vanita shifted to another room, but Grandma's former room was now next to hers. At night, she would hear the sound of a walking stick and, once, even the noise of it being thrown against something. She never left her room to investigate. In 2011, I became pregnant with my first child. During the early months of my pregnancy, I often felt the presence of an old lady standing beside me, watching me. The feeling persisted no matter where I slept in the room. It became so frequent that it felt almost normal. However, after my daughter's birth in 2012, all these incidents abruptly stopped. Strangely, many people comment on how much my daughter resembles Grandma in her mannerisms, her walk, speech patterns, and even how she calls our old servants by their nicknames from Grandma's time. She's completely at ease in Grandma's room, even entering it at night in complete darkness. To this day, I can't fully explain these occurrences, but I believe Grandma's spirit found peace after my daughter's arrival, perhaps seeing her as a continuation of her legacy. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. This incident happened during my second year of college and left a lasting impression on all of us. It's a bit of a long story, so thank you for bearing with me. 4 of us shared a spacious room, and for practical purposes, we bought common laundry supplies like detergent and fabric softener. About halfway through the term, one of my roommates decided to do her laundry. She noticed that the fabric softener bottle was empty and asked if one of us had used it all. I assured her it was impossible since we had just cleaned the room the day before, and I distinctly remembered the bottle being more than half full. Thinking I must have been mistaken, we shrugged it off and forgot about it. To give you some context, our room had 2 bunk beds along 2 walls, with a table next to one of the beds along the longer wall. The other side of the room had another table and our wardrobes. A clothesline was tied across the middle of the room, adding to the cozy, lived-in vibe. One evening, we were sitting on the floor, studying on the side of the room farthest from the beds, when something strange happened. A thick mathematics book fell open, face down, from the table near the bed. None of us had moved, and there was no logical way we could have disturbed the table. What's more, the book had been in the middle of the table, far from the edge. There was no way it could have simply slipped and fallen. We were unnerved but still rationalized it as a coincidence. Then, the fabric softener incident happened again a week later, another bottle inexplicably emptied. Around the same time, we experienced something even stranger. While getting ready to go out, a peg fell from the clothesline. One of us picked it up and put it back, but as soon as she turned away, another peg fell. I picked that one up, and yet another peg dropped. By now, we were growing uneasy. Our schedules didn't always align, so one day, two of us were back in the room earlier than the others. We pulled our mattresses to the floor and lay on our stomachs, chatting. Suddenly, 3 drops of water fell right in front of our faces onto the tile floor. It was peak summer, and there was no chance of leakage. To be sure, we inspected the walls and ceiling, but they were bone dry. The mystery unnerved us enough that we left the room in a hurry. The softener kept vanishing, despite our locking the room whenever we went out, and only we had the keys. Then came the final incident, the one that pushed us over the edge. One night, we all pulled our mattresses to the floor since it was too hot to sleep on the bunks. As we prepared for bed, the hallway light illuminated a faint arc of light under the door. While settling in, we realized the door wasn't latched. It swung open slightly before swinging back. Annoyed, one of us got up to lock it. When she reached for the latch, she screamed. The latch was already bolted. She jumped back into bed, and we huddled together, too terrified to move or sleep. The next morning, we shared our experiences with some friends. One of them joked that maybe we were feeding the ghosts with fabric softener and suggested we stop using it. Laughing nervously, we decided to try it. At the same time, we began acknowledging what we thought might be a presence in the room. Maybe it was our imaginations, but the air in the room felt heavier. We even tried speaking to whatever spirit might be there, hoping it would bring some peace. Around this time, one of my roommates fell ill with a persistent fever. Her family, being superstitious, took her to a mosque when she returned home for recovery. They prayed, gave offerings, and gave her a talisman to wear. Strangely enough, she recovered quickly and returned to college. After that, the eerie incidents stopped. None of us could fully explain what happened in that room, but the experiences left us shaken. Whether it was a playful spirit or just a series of strange coincidences, we learned to tread lightly and keep an open mind about things we don't understand. My name is Sushil, and I'm from a small village in Haryana, India. Growing up in a village, I often heard ghost stories and tales of paranormal activities. I've always been fascinated by such stories and wanted to experience them firsthand. Today, I want to share the scariest experience of my life. It happened in May 2007, during my first year at a diploma engineering college. Like most young boys, I was full of confidence and thought nothing could scare me. Our college had its own ghost stories, one of which was about a boy who died in the bathroom on the second floor of the last building. The story was that he committed suicide in the bathroom while hiding from ragging. The building housed the agriculture technology block, and the first and second floors were sealed off for reasons no one ever explained. This added to the belief that the story might be true. I lived in the hostel with my friends, and one evening, we started talking about the ghost story. One of my friends dared us to go to that bathroom at midnight and light a candle. Unsurprisingly, everyone refused. But since I was curious and wanted to see these things for myself, I accepted the challenge. Some of my friends tried to stop me, saying it wasn't safe. After a long discussion, we decided I would go at 8 p.m. instead of midnight, and my friends would wait outside the building to make sure I was okay. With a mix of excitement and determination, I approached the stairs of the old building. I wasn't scared and felt confident as I climbed the dusty, leaf-covered steps to the first floor. In no time, I reached the second floor. The stairs opened onto a balcony that led to lecture halls, and at the far end was a large room divided into bathrooms. As I walked toward the room, my heartbeat grew louder. The silence was so intense that I could hear my own breathing. When I finally reached the door, it was shut. I kicked it open, and the room beyond was pitch dark. Immediately, I felt a strange tightness in my chest, as if it was harder to breathe. The room had 2 rows of 4 bathrooms on either side. Gathering my courage, I took my first step inside. To my shock, all the taps in the bathroom started running at once, with a loud bang. My heart raced, but I pushed myself to keep going. As I took another step, I felt a cool breeze on my face. It was May, and the room was sealed. Where could a cool breeze come from? Then came the most terrifying moment. I saw footprints appearing, moving toward me. There was no one visible, just the footprints. I couldn't take it anymore. With every ounce of strength I had, I turned and ran as fast as I could, all the way back to my hostel room. That night, I developed a high fever. My friends were worried and informed my parents, who scolded me for attempting something so reckless. Thankfully, nothing strange happened to me after that night, but the experience stayed with me. I learned a valuable lesson that day: never challenge the supernatural. Some things are better left alone. Even now, I can't forget the sheer terror I felt in that dark, haunted bathroom. I used to live in an apartment in Maharashtra, right across from my grandfather's apartment. On March 5, 2011, my grandfather sadly passed away. Following his death, my family and my father's 2 sisters' families came to stay for about 2 weeks. During those 2 weeks, everything strange happened. Since my grandfather's apartment was small, I, along with my cousin brother, 2 cousin sisters, and my aunt, stayed in a family friend's house 1 floor below. That night, none of us were ready to sleep because we were still mourning. We all sat on the bed, lost in our thoughts, until I finally convinced everyone to try and rest. At exactly 1:45 a.m., when I was deep asleep, I was startled awake by a loud noise coming from the kitchen, as if something had fallen from a great height. I looked around and realized no one else had woken up. Thinking it might have been a dream, I tried to sleep again. But I couldn't stop thinking about the sound. At 2:28 a.m., I heard it again, this time even louder. This time, everyone woke up, and my 2 cousins screamed when they saw me sitting in the dark. I told my brother, "It could be a thief. We need to check the kitchen." Grabbing cricket bats, my brother and I went to investigate. When we got to the kitchen, we found 2 heavy utensils on the floor, but no sign of anyone there. My brother tried to convince me that the wind might have knocked them over. I agreed, not wanting to scare everyone further, and we all went back to sleep. The next morning, I told my brother that it couldn't have been the wind, the utensils were far too heavy. My sisters overheard us and asked what had happened. I explained everything and even showed them how the utensils were found. They looked at me as though I was telling a ghost story. To be honest, the house did have a spooky vibe. It had been locked up for 6 months, and the owners had moved to Hyderabad. Dusty surfaces and dark rooms made it feel eerie. I told everyone to stop overthinking and suggested we clean the house. A few hours later, at 12:30 p.m., we heard banging sounds coming from the wall shared with the neighboring house. At first, we thought it was someone hammering a nail. But then the sound repeated, with 3 distinct taps at equal intervals. Frustrated, we decided to knock on the neighbor's door. Another neighbor opened his door instead and asked what was going on. We explained the noise, and he stared at us with wide eyes. In a low voice, he said, "No one lives in that house." We were shocked and asked him to listen for the noise. After a few minutes, the same taps came again. Thinking it might be thieves, we tried peeking through the windows of the neighboring house. No one was inside, but suddenly there was a loud bang on the window right in front of us. We fell back in fear, and the window started shaking violently. Panicked, we ran upstairs to my grandfather's apartment and told everyone what had happened. My grandmother scolded us, saying we shouldn't mess around. When we pressed her for an explanation, she revealed that someone had committed suicide in that house. To make things worse, within the next 4 days, the man living in the house we had been staying in also passed away. The news left us shaken. We hurried downstairs to pack our things and decided to move back to my grandmother's apartment. While packing, the door to a dark room in the house banged open on its own. We were terrified and ran toward the exit. Thankfully, my father was there. He told everyone to run ahead while he and I locked the main door tightly. As we turned to leave, we noticed something chilling. The peephole in the door, which had been illuminated by the light from the window, suddenly turned black. Scared out of our wits, we ran upstairs as fast as we could. My name is Sakshi, and I'm 18 years old. I've always been fascinated by the supernatural, even though I never experienced anything myself, until last year, when something happened that completely changed how I see the paranormal. I live in a 2-story house with my family, which includes my dad, mom, and my elder brother, who lives in Delhi. My family doesn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, and they don't even allow such talks in the house. They are deeply religious and very skeptical. My room is on the upper floor, with the terrace right in front of it. Our neighbor's house is similar to ours, and their terrace is also visible from ours. The colony we live in has a big park in the middle, surrounded by houses and lined with tall trees. Last September, during my half-yearly exams, I was studying late at night for my physics exam. It was around 10:30 p.m. when I decided to take a short break. I went to the terrace for some fresh air. It was breezy and relaxing. As I walked around, I noticed something odd on my neighbor's terrace wall. There was a black silhouette moving from one end of the wall to the other. I didn't think much of it at first, assuming it was my tired mind playing tricks. After a few minutes, I glanced again and saw it was still there. I felt uneasy but convinced myself it was nothing. I locked my door and went to bed. A week later, I had finished my exams and was in a better mood. One evening around 9 p.m., I went to the terrace again to enjoy the cool breeze. I was feeling refreshed and relaxed, but then I saw the silhouette again. This time, I looked more closely. It was the upper body of a man, with broad shoulders, pacing back and forth as if restless. My heart started racing, but instead of running away, I stayed and tried to figure out what it could be. I thought it might be my shadow, but I wasn't moving, and the distance between the terraces was too great. I looked at the road below to see if anyone was there, but it was empty. The tall trees in the park also couldn't have cast a shadow, as they weren't in front of the house. None of it made sense. Feeling scared, I rushed back to my room, where I felt safer, possibly because my prayer room is connected to it. The next morning, I tried to ask my mom casually about our neighbors and found out they had gone on vacation the previous night. I told her about what I saw, but she dismissed it, saying I must have imagined it. She gave me a locket with Lord Krishna's image for protection, and I decided to let the matter go. For a few months, nothing happened. I convinced myself it was all in my head. Then, in December, my best friend Kritika came over for a sleepover. She's sensitive to paranormal things and often sees or feels things others don't. That night, we went to the terrace with mugs of hot chocolate and were chatting when she suddenly froze. I followed her gaze and saw the silhouette again. My blood ran cold. Kritika looked pale, as if all the color had drained from her face. She stared at the figure, not responding when I called her name. Panicked, I shook her until she snapped out of it. Without saying a word, she grabbed my hand, and we rushed back to my room, locking the door behind us. When we calmed down, I asked her why she reacted that way. She told me that as she looked at the silhouette, she felt an overwhelming surge of emotions, something she couldn't explain but knew was unnatural. It was so intense that she felt she had to get away from it immediately. We went to the prayer room, prayed for some time, and felt better. The next morning, we told my mom everything. She was worried but asked us to trust in the power of God. Later, we asked our neighbors casually if they had noticed anything unusual, but they hadn't. They said no one was on the terrace during that time, leaving us with no answers. It's been 5 months since the last sighting, and nothing has happened again. Kritika has visited many times, and she hasn't seen anything since. We're grateful that whatever it was seems to be gone. One thing still lingers in my mind, though. In February last year, our neighbor's grandfather passed away due to a stroke. He was 92 and was fond of my family, especially my brother and me. I wonder if there's any connection. though there's no history of paranormal activity in their family, and they seem happy. I can't say for sure, but the memory of that silhouette still gives me chills. This story was shared with me by my grandmother. It's about a house that belonged to her friend, Ms. Sumitra Katapadia. The house was believed to be haunted by a malevolent entity. My grandmother lives in Lucknow, the capital of Uttar Pradesh in northern India. The house in question was originally owned by a Zamindar family. In 1975, Sumitra's family bought the house from them. To provide some context, Zamindars were landlords who controlled vast areas of land, collecting taxes from peasants for military or governance purposes. They held power under Maharajas, Nawabs, and later the British. After India gained independence, their system was gradually dissolved by the government. The person who sold the house to the Katapadia family had experienced paranormal activities and was desperate to get rid of it. Despite hearing rumors about the house being haunted, the Katapadia family dismissed them as mere gossip and purchased the property. My grandmother warned them against it, but they didn't take her seriously. It wasn't long before they regretted their decision. Strange and disturbing events began to unfold soon after they moved in. Their thriving family business started to decline. Mr. Vipin Katapadia had a near-fatal car accident, and Mrs. Katapadia's health deteriorated rapidly. They would often find their furniture dismantled and mattresses ripped apart. The worst of their troubles came when Ms. Sumitra gave birth to twin babies who were stillborn. Tragically, this was only the beginning. Over the following years, she gave birth to 8 more stillborn children. Mr. Vipin buried the infants' bodies in the backyard, deepening the family's sorrow. One evening, while smoking a cigar on the balcony, Mr. Vipin noticed street dogs barking and chasing something invisible. The dogs stopped near his gate before turning away. This eerie incident convinced him that an evil presence was lurking in their home. Determined to put an end to it, he decided to have the house cleansed and blessed. A priest familiar with the house was called in to perform a ritual. Before starting, the priest warned the family that the house was occupied by a powerful demon and advised them to stay focused during the ritual, as unsettling events might occur. As the ritual began, the atmosphere inside the house grew heavy. Strange noises echoed through the rooms, growing louder and more menacing. Objects were hurled by unseen forces. Despite the chaos, the family and the priest continued the ritual until the disturbances ceased completely. The priest then bound the premises with holy mantras to prevent the demon from returning. For a time, it seemed the family had regained peace. Ms. Sumitra gave birth to a healthy baby, and Mr. Vipin's business flourished once more. However, their relief was short-lived. One evening, as Mr. and Mrs. Katapadia sat in the lawn listening to the radio, Mr. Vipin glanced toward the first floor of their house. He froze in terror. A pitch-black figure stood there, staring at them with furious eyes. The sight shocked him so deeply that he suffered a heart attack. He passed away in the hospital, but not before telling his wife about the apparition he had seen. A few days later, Ms. Sumitra received devastating news. The priest who had performed the ritual had committed suicide. Grief-stricken and terrified, Ms. Sumitra fell into deep depression. Fearing for her child's safety, she decided to leave the house and moved in with her mother. The house was eventually demolished, and all its belongings were burned. The land was sold to the local municipal authority, and a public park was built in its place. Even now, my grandmother says that Ms. Sumitra dreams of the demon, laughing menacingly at her. Last month, my brother celebrated his 5th wedding anniversary in his wife Ren's hometown, Tacuba, near Kohima, Nagaland. Nagaland is known for its World War Memorial and the Hornbill Festival. Since it was an extended holiday weekend, I decided to join the celebrations. Ren and I went sightseeing and later visited her aunt's place in Kohima. We had planned to return before dusk but stayed longer than expected. After dinner, we started walking back to Ren's home around 8 p.m. The road we took was quiet, surrounded by trees, and completely deserted. I found the solitude peaceful and took some photos of the empty road while Ren suggested other places to visit. As we walked, I suddenly heard a high-pitched voice calling my name from behind. It was loud and broke the silence of the road. Rin and I froze and looked back, but there was no one there. I asked Rin if she heard my name too, but she said she thought the voice called her name. This confused me because our names are entirely different. I was sure I'd heard my name, while she was equally certain it was hers. We stood there, puzzled, when we heard the voice again, this time from the direction we were walking toward. It was the same high-pitched voice, but now it sounded like a woman or a young girl. I clearly heard my name again, but Rin insisted it called her name. Rin gestured for us to keep walking. We walked silently for the next kilometer or two until Rin suddenly stopped and looked back. I asked her what was wrong, but she just told me to walk faster. Her tone left no room for argument, so we hurried ahead until we reached the local ground, where her brother Kun picked us up. 2 nights later, everything seemed fine. Due to some of Ren's relatives visiting, Ren and her cousin Mandy shared a room with me. I was sleeping on the edge of the bed, Ren in the middle, and Mandy on the other side. That night, Ren seemed restless, constantly turning and fidgeting, which started to annoy me because it kept waking me up. Sometime near dawn, I sat up on the bed, frustrated. After drinking some water, I stared out the window, trying to calm down. Then I noticed something move near the foot of the bed. At first, I thought it was a shadow outside the window, but when I focused, I realized it was a translucent human figure near the wall. I could see the flower vase behind it, but it was opaque enough to make out its shape. It looked like a woman. Terrified, I screamed, waking both Ren and Mandy. Mandy quickly switched on the lights, and Ren's brothers Jay and Kun ran in from the next room to check what had happened. I couldn't explain what I'd seen. I just kept saying there was something there. Everyone tried to calm me down, but I noticed that Ren didn't ask any questions about what I saw. After dawn, still shaken, I sat in the living room watching TV. Ren joined me later, looking exhausted. I apologized for disturbing her sleep, but she surprised me by thanking me instead. She said my scream had snapped her out of a nightmare. I didn't think much of it until she started crying and revealed that she had seen the same figure. Ren explained that when we heard the voice on the road, she thought it was a child calling out to us. But when I said I'd heard my name, and she was convinced she heard hers, she knew something wasn't right. Later, as we walked, she heard a voice in her dialect saying, "I want your child. I want it. Now!" The word now was almost a yell. She looked back and saw a thin woman with messy long hair, wearing dirty, tattered clothes. Terrified, she thought the woman might attack us. She gestured for me to walk faster but didn't share what she'd seen. After we returned home, Ren discussed it with Jay, who dismissed it as a crazy woman trying to scare us. But Ren felt sick about the whole thing. When she took a pregnancy test later, it came back positive. She was 7 weeks pregnant. She hadn't told anyone except Jay, and they planned to keep it a secret until after the first trimester. On the night of the shadow incident, Ren had fallen asleep briefly but woke up feeling cold. She pulled her blanket up, but it kept sliding down. At first, she thought Mandy was pulling it as a prank, but Mandy was sound asleep. Frustrated, she turned toward the foot of the bed and saw the same woman from the road standing there, grinning at her. The figure was translucent, and Rin could see through it. She was paralyzed with fear but forced herself to shut her eyes and pray. She kept praying until I woke up and screamed, confirming to her that she wasn't imagining it. Ren was convinced the entity wanted to harm her or her unborn child. She persuaded Jay to book their tickets back home the same day. I left a day later. Ren hasn't experienced anything since leaving Nagaland, and I'm relieved that she's safe now. Let me start by telling you a bit about myself so you can better understand what happened. I'm a 21-year-old from Tezpur City, India. I recently graduated and now spend most of my time at home watching TV, playing games, and helping my dad around the house. I have my own room where I sleep alone, while my parents have their own separate room attached to mine. Since childhood, I've been fascinated by the paranormal, always eager to encounter something mysterious. But until recently, I hadn't experienced anything myself. That all changed one night. It happened about a week ago. As usual, I was up late in my room, watching a movie on my laptop. It was around midnight when I finished the movie and decided to go to sleep. About 20 to 25 minutes later, I drifted off. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a strange sound coming from beneath my bed. My bed is made of wood, and I'm used to hearing insects gnawing on it at night, which can sound creepy, but it never bothered me. This, however, was different. It wasn't insects. It sounded like someone was rhythmically beating on the edge of my bed, like a drum. At first, I wasn't scared. I had never encountered anything paranormal before, so I wasn't even thinking along those lines. Half asleep, I tried to make sense of the sound. Then, it got louder and stronger. That's when I fully woke up. The room was dimly lit by moonlight streaming through the window near my bed, which faced the kitchen. As I sat there in the dark, I felt a distinct presence. I was sure I wasn't alone. Instead of panicking, I actually felt a strange sense of excitement, like one of the horror stories I loved reading was coming to life. I even smiled at the thought and lay back down, keeping my eyes wide open, waiting for more to happen. My room is decorated with pictures of Bollywood actresses, guitars, and DJs, no religious photos or symbols. At that moment, the thought of God didn't even cross my mind. I was waiting, curious and nervous at the same time. Then I felt it. Something was on the bed with me. I could hear breathing, soft, delicate, like it belonged to a woman. I froze. The sound was unmistakable, and fear surged through me. Without thinking, I jumped out of bed in a second and bolted to my parents' room. Their room is connected to mine by an inside door, which we always keep open. I switched on the lights and woke them up, trembling as I told them what had happened. My dad, my real-life superhero, immediately sprang into action. He has always taught me to be brave and not fear the paranormal. His presence alone calmed me down a little. He told me to sleep with my mom while he went to my room to sleep there. The next morning, I decided to make some changes. I removed some of the actress posters and hung pictures of Hindu deities, Durga Ma, Lord Shiva, and Sri Krishna. I asked my dad what he thought had happened. He told me again to stay brave, and reminded me that God is far more powerful than any small entities. To reassure me, he placed the knife under my bed, a common belief in our culture for protection. Since that night, I haven't experienced anything unusual, though I now make sure to keep the window near my bed closed at night. Whatever it was, it hasn't returned, and I hope it never does. This is a paranormal incident my mother experienced back in the summer of 2004. My mother has two sisters, both married. Her elder sister, my aunt, worked as a senior librarian at a prestigious university, while her husband was a lecturer in applied sciences at the same institution. They had two children, a daughter, Tanya, who was studying engineering at the university, and a son, Chirag, who was in the 12th standard. I've changed their names for privacy. My aunt often visited us during her summer vacations, and we always looked forward to her company. She brought stories from her work and life at the university, and her visits were always filled with warmth and laughter. I especially loved her visits because she brought delicious homemade pickles and murabbas, sweet fruit preserves, which were my absolute favorite. Now, coming to the incident, it was summer, and my mother was busy making papads, thin, crispy Indian snacks made from seasoned dough. One evening, as she went up to the terrace to collect the papads that were drying, she noticed a black owl flying across her path. The owl perched on a cloth hanger near the staircase. Seeing the owl unsettled my mother, as it is considered a bad omen in our culture. Later that evening, around 7 or 8 p.m., my mother went to the terrace again, this time for some fresh air. The sight of the owl still lingered in her thoughts when, to her astonishment, she saw my cousin Tanya standing about 10 to 15 feet away. My mother was overjoyed and called out to her, stretching her arms in a welcoming gesture. But Tanya didn't respond. Instead, she silently turned and began moving toward the staircase. What struck my mother as strange was that Tanya didn't seem to be walking, she appeared to be floating. Puzzled, my mother followed her, but by the time she reached the staircase, Tanya was gone. Confused, my mother came downstairs, looking for her everywhere. When we asked what she was searching for, she told us about seeing Tanya on the terrace. Her account left us all shaken. We suggested that it might not have been Tanya but some kind of spirit or entity taking her form. My mother, however, wasn't convinced by our explanations. She decided to call my aunt to clarify, but her calls went unanswered despite trying several times. Assuming my aunt was busy or her phone was on silent, my mother let it go for the moment. That night, however, we received devastating news. My father came home and told us that Tanya had committed suicide earlier that evening, between 7 and 8 p.m., the same time my mother saw her on the terrace. My father had learned this from one of my aunt's neighbors. We immediately left for Allahabad, a city about 130 kilometers from Varanasi, to be with my aunt and her family. My father, elder brother, and I reached there around 2 a.m. By then, Tanya's body had been taken by the police for an autopsy. My uncle told us that she had been found lifeless in her bed after consuming poison. The reason behind her tragic decision remains a mystery to this day, as no one in the family could make sense of it. Even now, the memory of that night sends chills down my spine. My mother firmly believes that Tanya appeared to her for one final goodbye, just moments after her death. The paranormal experiences I'm about to share were witnessed by my mother and her entire family. It was 1986 to 87. My mother, then unmarried, lived with her parents, 2 brothers, a sister-in-law, and twin nephews in their apartment in Andheri, Mumbai. The family had been residing there since 1984 without any unusual occurrences. However, in November 1986, a tragic event seemed to trigger a series of strange happenings in their home. One night, some goons broke into their building intending to kill the building secretary. The night watchman tried to stop them but was chased to the terrace of the 6-story building. Tragically, the goons threw him off the terrace, killing him instantly. About a month after this horrifying incident, strange events began to unfold in my mom's house. The first to notice was her middle brother, who had recently been diagnosed with a brain tumor. One night, while he was fast asleep, he felt someone patting his foot, as if trying to wake him. Startled, he woke up but found no one around. Soon, other family members started experiencing similar occurrences. They felt their beds being shaken or someone patting them while they slept. But the activity didn't stop there. My grandfather, a retired army man and a skeptic of such things, complained of being repeatedly choked in his sleep, both at night and during his afternoon naps. The most terrifying experience was my grandmother's. One afternoon, while she was asleep, something dragged her off the bed onto the floor. Terrified, my grandmother insisted that a priest be called to perform a puja and shanti to cleanse the house. Despite the rituals, the disturbances continued. For some time, my mother had not experienced anything herself. That changed one night. Her brother was out of town, so she and her sister-in-law decided to share the bedroom with the twins. My mom slept on the queen-sized bed with one twin, while her sister-in-law slept on a mattress on the floor with the other. At around 2 a.m., after chatting for a while, my mom turned to sleep on her side, facing her nephew beside her. Suddenly, she felt someone pulling at her nightgown from behind. Assuming it was her sister-in-law trying to say something, she turned around. To her shock, both her sister-in-law and the twin were fast asleep. My mom realized she had experienced the same eerie phenomena that the others had described. Chanting God's name, she forced herself to sleep. Interestingly, the twin boys, only 3 years old at the time, were the only ones untouched by the disturbances, until one night. Both boys woke up crying, terrified, and complained about someone patting them incessantly while they slept. Their mother, now furious, shouted and hurled abuses at the entity, demanding it leave the family alone. Miraculously, the activities stopped after that night, bringing an end to a year-long ordeal. Whether the watchman's murder was connected to these events remains a mystery. None of the other families in the building reported similar experiences. However, in cities like Mumbai, with skyrocketing real estate prices, people rarely discuss such things, especially if it might lower property values. There was no significant relationship between my mom's family and the watchman, just polite exchanges of greetings. Why their family was targeted remains another unsolved mystery. Being devout Hindus, my mother's family had performed Vasta Shanti and puja rituals to bless the house before moving in. Even during the disturbances, another Shanti was performed, but it didn't stop the events. Despite everything, the family continued living in the apartment and still resides there today. Thankfully, there haven't been any more incidents since October 1987. When my boyfriend arrived from Kazakhstan after a 17-hour journey, he was exhausted and went straight to the bathroom for a shower. It was cold that morning, so I went back to bed and quickly fell asleep again. I woke up to a gentle pat on my shoulder and a kiss on my forehead. I opened my eyes but saw no one, though I could still feel the moisture of the kiss. I thought it was my boyfriend and was about to ask him to make coffee when I heard him shouting from the bathroom, asking me to stop kidding and open the door. I ran to the bathroom and saw that the lock was already unlocked, yet he said the door wouldn't budge no matter how hard he tried. I pushed the door lightly, and it opened easily. He was surprised and said it felt like someone was holding it shut. I laughed it off, joking that he must have lost his strength. But deep down, I couldn't stop thinking about how real the pat and kiss felt. Later, we went out to explore the city and visited a Buddhist monastery. While my boyfriend was talking to the head monk inside the temple, I stayed outside, admiring the Tibetan architecture. A young monk came up to me, standing silently and staring behind me. I started a conversation with him, but he grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the temple, saying, "Just come." I hesitated but followed him. Once inside, he handed me a red thread with 8 knots and said it was a charm for me. When we returned, my boyfriend went to get some snacks, and I went back to my apartment. As I poured water into a glass, I heard a loud, angry voice say, "Go!" It seemed to come from my bedroom. Scared, I ran to the front door and bumped into my boyfriend. I told him what had happened, but he thought I was being paranoid and offered to check the room. That night, we were watching reruns of the show Supernatural and joking about ghosts. Suddenly, we both heard a faint woman's laughter. Stunned, we rewound the DVD to check if it was part of the show, but it wasn't. A few minutes later, we heard someone humming what sounded like an old Cantonese song. This freaked me out, and I told him to stop talking about ghosts and just watch the show. Later, when we were getting ready to sleep, he suggested putting salt around us for protection. I told him to do whatever he wanted, and he went to the kitchen to get it. When he came back, he jumped onto the bed, startling me. He said he had seen something in the kitchen. Though it was dark, he saw the shape of a man sitting on the counter. When he switched on the lights, the figure disappeared. He thought it might have been a shadow but realized something wasn't right. He started reciting Buddhist prayers, and I began sprinkling salt around the room. While doing this, I heard a faint whisper say, "Don't." I froze, and we both then heard a loud, harsh, "No." Terrified, I prayed silently until I fell asleep. Since that day, nothing major has happened, though I sometimes feel like I've been poked by thin air. I can't shake the feeling that something is angry in my apartment, and I am scared. This incident happened about 5 years ago when my family and I were living in our old apartment in Ludhiana, Punjab, India. It was a rented place, and we had been living there for 8 years before anything unusual occurred. There was a lady who lived on the ground floor, and there were rumors about her being involved in black magic. Some even blamed her for her husband's death. While I don't believe in such things, those rumors always made people wary of her. I never paid much attention to them and didn't think much of ghosts or spirits either. In Sikhism, the time between 3 and 4:30 a.m. is considered the best for worship, so I had a habit of waking up at 3 a.m. every day to pray. I would sit on the floor in my room to do this. My room had 2 doors, one open to the back balcony, and the other to the rest of the house. Since there was no window in the room, I often left the back door open for ventilation. Behind our building, there was a large old plot of land. One morning, while I was praying, I noticed a black cat sitting next to me. As we lived on the top floor, it wasn't unusual for cats to wander in from the balconies. I didn't pay much attention to it, as I didn't want to get distracted, and honestly, I love animals. But the cat just sat there, silently staring at me for several minutes. It made me slightly uncomfortable, but I ignored it and went to sleep after finishing my prayers. The next night, the same thing happened. The cat appeared again, sitting quietly and staring at me. This time, I felt uneasy. To make things worse, the lights in my room began turning off on their own every day during my prayers. It felt like something didn't want me to worship. Disturbed, I stopped waking up at 3 a.m. altogether. Soon after, I started feeling like someone was walking around my bed while I was sleeping. Sometimes, I heard faint footsteps, but I never saw anyone. I tried to convince myself that I was imagining things, probably because I had been watching too many horror movies. But the footsteps continued for several nights. One night, I was walking in the back balcony, listening to music on my earphones, when I noticed something. There was a small figure, like a child, standing in the corner of the balcony, facing outward and looking down. The darkness made it hard to see clearly, but by the time I tried to get a better look, it had vanished. I told myself it must have been my imagination, but things only got worse. One night, I woke up suddenly and felt like someone had grabbed both my wrists. When I opened my eyes, I saw the same child sitting next to me. I couldn't move or scream, and I was drenched in sweat. The child whispered something, but I couldn't understand what it was. It felt real, not like a dream, and left me breathless. After that, I started seeing that child more often. It became so overwhelming that I would wake up crying in the middle of the night, running out of my room in panic every few nights. My parents thought I was suffering from some kind of mental health issue, and honestly, even I began to believe it. I saw a psychiatrist, but it didn't help. Instead, I felt more helpless and trapped. This went on for 2 months until we finally moved to a new house we had recently bought. I was nervous that these experiences would follow me to the new place, but to my relief, the first night in our new home was completely peaceful. For the first time in months, I felt calm, as though I had recovered from a long illness. Nothing strange happened again, and life returned to normal. My name is Mayank, and I live in Patna, India. The story I'm about to share was narrated to me by my aunt, Sona, the wife of my father's brother. Whether her story is true or not, I cannot say, but the sincerity in her eyes as she recounted the events made me believe that her experience was genuine. The incident occurred around 1997 when my aunt was 5 months pregnant. At the time, my aunt had gone to stay with her parents in Bhagalpur, Bihar, until her delivery. They lived in a densely populated neighborhood surrounded by numerous shops and houses. Despite owning a large piece of land, they had constructed only a small house with 2 bedrooms, leaving the rest of the space as a beautiful garden. My aunt was their only child, so the household consisted of just her and her parents. The very next morning after she arrived, something unusual happened. Aunt woke up around 5 a.m., feeling thirsty. She went to the kitchen to get a glass of water. The kitchen was close to the main door of the house. As she approached the kitchen, she suddenly felt as though a crowd of people stood behind her. Turning around, she was startled to see 3 beautiful young women standing near the main door, dressed in colorful skirts. The girl in the middle cheerfully called out, "Our Sona! Kaisi ho yaar? Hey Sona! How are you, dear?" My aunt thought they were her old school friends, whom she hadn't seen since moving to Delhi at the age of 14 for higher studies. She assumed their faces looked unfamiliar because they had grown up. Excited to welcome them, my aunt hurried to the living room to arrange the sofa for her guests. But as she moved, a thought struck her: the main door was latched from the inside. How could anyone have entered the house without knocking? Alarmed, she turned back toward the main door, but the three women were gone. There was no trace of them. Terrified, my aunt screamed and fainted. When she regained consciousness, she found herself on the couch with her worried parents by her side. She recounted everything she had seen. Although her parents were educated and rational, they dismissed the incident as a result of her pregnancy-related fatigue or illness. They decided to take her to a doctor in Delhi for a thorough checkup. A few days later, her parents had to leave urgently to visit a hospitalized relative in Gwalior. They left my aunt under the care of a nurse and a maid. 2 days after her parents' departure, something even more bizarre happened. It was early in the morning, around 5:30 a.m. The maid was dusting the living room, and my aunt woke up shortly after. Feeling reassured by the maid's presence, she suggested they go for a morning stroll. As my aunt opened the main door, she noticed a large black bullock sitting near the gate, lazily whipping the ground with its tail. This wasn't unusual for those days, so she thought little of it. However, as she moved closer to check whether it was a wild animal or a domesticated one, she froze in horror. The bullock had no upper body. It was only the lower half of the animal. The maid saw it too. Panicked, the two of them ran back inside the house and latched the door. After a few minutes, they gathered the courage to open the door again, but the half-bullock was gone without a trace. This confirmed my aunt's belief that something paranormal was at play. When her parents returned, my aunt and the maid narrated the incident to them. Though frightened, her parents decided not to leave the house. Instead, they sought solace in spirituality. They organized a havan, a religious fire ceremony, to cleanse the house and planted a tulsi, holy basil, in their garden, which they worshipped daily. Thankfully, after these steps, the strange occurrences ceased, and life returned to normal. I don't have any additional details about what happened after that, but the story still sends chills down my spine whenever I think about it. Whether it was a trick of the mind or a genuine encounter with the paranormal, my aunt's experience remains unforgettable. My ancestral house in Shivala is just a 15-minute walk from the ghats of the river Ganga. I often went to the ghats early in the morning to buy fresh fish from the fishermen. Let me share a bit of trivia about the ghats of Varanasi. Many of them are named after the nearby mohallas, neighborhoods, or temples. In my case, the Shivala Ghat is named after the adjacent Shivala Mahalla. Every time I visited the ghat, I noticed a woman sitting silently in a corner. She looked frail and unwell. It seemed she might have been abandoned by her family or perhaps was a lost pilgrim, deliberately left behind, a grim reality in this city. Sadly, while NGOs exist to help such individuals, their efforts are often limited to cases highlighted by the media, where they can gain public or governmental attention. The woman never spoke to anyone and survived on the mercy of strangers who occasionally gave her food. One morning, when I arrived at the ghat, I found her lying unconscious. Initially, I feared she was dead, but the fisherman assured me she had fainted from hunger. That afternoon, I contacted an NGO, explaining her situation and requesting they help move her to a Vriddha ashram, a shelter for the elderly. I even offered to cover the initial expenses. They promised to get back to me, but after 2 to 3 days of silence, I realized they weren't interested. Frustrated, I took a half-day off from work and visited the NGO in person. Their response was disheartening. They explained various technicalities and obstacles, clearly showing no eagerness to help. Disillusioned, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I started bringing her leftover food from home daily, though I kept this a secret from my mother, fearing she might disapprove. One morning, my mother caught me in the act and asked what I was doing. I hesitantly explained everything. To my surprise, instead of being upset, she immediately offered to help. That very morning, my mother prepared fresh food, and we both went to the ghat to give it to the woman. My mother asked her name, but she didn't respond. Her eyes, however, were filled with tears and a deep, unexplainable pain. On the way back, my mother suggested we offer her a small empty room on our ground floor, where she could stay and recover from her trauma. Once she was ready, we could try to reunite her with her family. However, when my mother made the offer, the woman refused. Despite this, my mother continued to bring her fresh food daily and even gave her clothes occasionally. This arrangement went on for 2 years. We started calling her Gotwali Mausi, meaning the aunt from the Got. Over time, my mother managed to learn bits and pieces about her past. She was from West Bengal and had been abandoned by her family, who drugged her at a dharmashala, a charitable rest house, and left her behind. She had no desire to return to her family. One afternoon, my mother called me at work to say the maid couldn't find Gotwali Mausi when she went to deliver lunch. I was immediately concerned. That evening, I questioned people at the Got, but no one could provide a clear answer about her whereabouts. I told my mother I would search for her in the morning. That night, around 9 p.m., I was sitting on the balcony preparing a report for work when I saw her standing at our gate. Excited, I shouted to my mother, "Gotwali Mausi is here!" I ran to open the gate, but when I got there, she was gone. I searched the area, but there was no sign of her. The next morning, when I spoke to the local fisherman, I was devastated to learn that she had committed suicide the previous day by breaking and chewing glass. The incident had occurred around 11:30 a.m. Slowly, I walked home and told my mother what had happened. She broke down in tears. We never found out why she chose to end her life, but I believe she came to our gate one last time to thank my mother for her kindness. That thought still haunts me, but it also reminds me of the importance of compassion, even in the smallest acts. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. My wedding preparations were in full swing. At 24, I was an upbeat and bubbly girl, excited about my future. The wedding was set for November 2008. I was staying with my cousin brother and his family in Hyderabad when my parents called me back to Jammu in late August. At that time, the Amarnath agitation had gripped the city, and the protests had turned violent. The army had been deployed, and my parents were worried I might get stranded and miss my own wedding. So, I cut my trip short and returned home in early September. We are a small nuclear family, and since my brother was studying engineering in Pune, it was just my parents and me at home. At night, we all slept in the same room. One night, after dinner and our usual chit-chat, we went to bed. I slept on the outer edge of the bed, with my mother next to me. Not long after falling asleep, I woke up feeling incredibly uncomfortable. My body felt heavy, almost as if I was physically restrained. My movements weren't my own, and I couldn't control my actions. The commotion woke my parents. My mother switched on the light and saw me sitting upright, turning my neck in strange directions. She was alarmed and kept calling my name, asking what had happened. I could hear her, but I couldn't respond. My father stood behind me, looking worried. Suddenly, I turned toward him and said in an unfamiliar voice, "I am not Saki, name changed. I am Rahul." My parents were stunned. They didn't know how to react. Then, in our native tongue, the voice spoke again. "I am Rahul, and I was sent here from the crematorium to harm you. But since you all seem like genuinely good people, I will not harm you. I was sent here by her aunt, he named her, to ruin your daughter's future. I want mukti. Please, I beg of you, I want mukti." My parents were in shock and didn't know what to do. My father quickly went to the adjacent puja room to fetch a copy of the Hanuman Chalisa. Both my parents began reciting it with deep faith, tears streaming down their faces as they saw me in such a horrifying state. As they chanted, I beckoned them to take me to the washroom. I couldn't control myself, so they helped me walk. To reach the washroom, we had to pass the puja room and the lobby. I was conscious throughout but felt trapped within myself, unable to stop what was happening. As soon as we reached the washroom, the entity's grip began to loosen, and I felt a sense of release. But my entire body, especially my neck, was in immense pain. The three of us sat together afterward, crying and trying to process what had just happened. We were shaken but also grateful to God for protecting us. As a deeply religious family, we clung to our faith during this terrifying experience. The next morning, my parents took me to a spiritual guide, who confirmed our suspicions. Over the next few days, I underwent intense rituals to free the trapped soul. During this time, I frequently saw a black shadow following me, especially around the washroom. The process was physically, mentally, and emotionally draining, but thankfully, the spirit didn't resist for long and left for good. Once the rituals were complete, the black shadow disappeared. I never experienced anything like that again, and I've been able to move on with my life. While the experience was harrowing, it left me with a deeper sense of gratitude and faith in the Almighty. In 2009, my family moved to a city called Badlapur in Maharashtra, India. Badlapur has a rich history and was once a marketplace for King Shivaji. It's also known for its historic battles and many stories passed down through generations. We rented an apartment on the third floor of a building. My maternal grandparents and uncle lived on the first floor of the same building. In front of the building was an enormous, old garden, and the land where our building stood was rumored to have been a graveyard in the past. Across from our building stood a black, dilapidated bungalow. The bungalow was eerily silent, with wild, overgrown plants surrounding it. Though my mom, brother, and I found it incredibly creepy, my dad, being a skeptic, was intrigued by it and even wanted to buy it. The owners of the bungalow were mysterious. They visited only once a year for an hour or two, never cleaned or opened the windows, and left without interacting with anyone in the neighborhood. When my dad tried to make an offer to buy it, they abruptly refused, not even letting him finish his sentence. It always puzzled me why anyone would keep such a neglected property. Our apartment on the third floor had 2 windows in the bedroom. One window opened toward a massive, ancient tree, with branches so long they nearly entered the room when the window was open. Beneath that window was my bed. The first few days went by peacefully. The terrace above our apartment was locked 24/7 and was only opened for a few minutes each evening by the building's elderly secretary, who switched on the water pump. However, after some days, I started hearing footsteps at night, heavy running footsteps, right above our room, as though someone was running on the terrace. The sound came around midnight, and I initially thought it was just kids playing. My brother, who shared the room with me, heard it too. We told ourselves it was nothing unusual. But as the days passed, I realized it couldn't be kids. No one would run on the terrace at 1 a.m. every night, and the neighbors confirmed their children were always asleep by 9 p.m. Yet the sounds persisted. They would start as soon as the sun set and could be heard in every part of the house, above the living room, the kitchen, and our bedroom. It felt like someone was deliberately stomping and running. One evening, I was home alone around 7 p.m. when the power went out, plunging the house into darkness. Suddenly, the footsteps started, louder and faster than ever, as though someone was running and jumping right above me. Terrified, I ran out of the apartment and went straight to my grandparents on the first floor. Later, my cousin came to stay with us for her studies and shared my room. She was particularly scared of the window on the right side of the bed, feeling as though someone was watching her from outside. I was already uneasy about the other window, with the tree's branches creeping inside. Soon, I also started feeling the sensation of being watched. Over time, my cousin's health deteriorated. She was always tired, sleepy, and scared of being alone at home. She rapidly lost weight and often fell sick. One day, she became so ill that she couldn't eat or drink and spent hours crying in pain. Doctors couldn't diagnose the problem. Eventually, she left without telling us, calling from another city to say she was too scared to stay in the apartment any longer. Even after she left, things didn't improve. I often felt as though someone was sitting on the window ledge, watching me. When I was home alone, I would hear the sound of vessels moving in the kitchen. The uneasiness extended to my grandparents' apartment downstairs, which always felt cold and dark, no matter how many lights were on. Strangely, food would spoil very quickly in their house, especially pickles. which would go bad in just a day or two despite being stored properly. In India, pickles are considered sacred, and their spoiling is seen as a sign of negative energy. The family also tried keeping pets, but none survived. 2 puppies, a kitten, and even white rats all died mysteriously without any known cause. The whole atmosphere of the building, the mysterious bungalow, and the unsettling events in both apartments made life there deeply disturbing. Even now, I can't explain what was happening in that place. It left a lasting impression on all of us. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. My friend Vidya was immediately excited about the idea of visiting a supposedly haunted location. She mentioned that while we hadn't been there before, she knew it was a hot spot for paranormal activity. The place in question was a stretch of road surrounded by woods, with the woods being the haunted part. It was about an hour and a half drive from my place, but we thought it would be fun, and even thrilling, if we encountered something from the other side. We prepared by grabbing some flashlights, medical supplies, and snacks, then set off. It had been raining heavily all night, making the roads slick, but the empty streets at that hour allowed us to make good time. The thick cloud cover from the rain made the night much darker than usual, and by the time we arrived, I felt uneasy. We parked the car on the side of the road and began walking into the woods. I was grateful for my flashlight and waterproof coat as the rain continued. After walking for a while, I asked Vidya where we were heading. She confidently said she knew the way and that we'd be there soon. I was surprised at how certain she seemed about the path, given the darkness and the unfamiliar terrain. The atmosphere grew eerie, with the sounds of rain, crickets, and the oppressive darkness adding to our discomfort. Even the guys in our group, who were usually full of bravado, began cracking nervous jokes. Vidya, however, walked ahead with a strange, almost mechanical determination. Finally, she announced, "We're here." That's when I knew something was wrong. Her voice sounded off, not just monotone, but unnatural, like it lacked the normal rhythm of human speech. We found ourselves in a small clearing in the woods. Vidya's pale face looked almost ghostly in the blue light of our flashlights. When I shined the light in her eyes, she didn't react. She just looked at us and said, "I'm home. You can leave now." The fear in my friends' faces mirrored my own. I tried to coax her to come back with us, saying we needed to leave together. When I touched her arm, she shoved me with surprising force. For a 5 feet 3 inches woman, she had more strength than I'd expected, and I stumbled backward. Realizing we couldn't leave her there, the guys and I grabbed her and started heading back to the car. She resisted fiercely, screaming and thrashing, but we managed to carry her along the trail we had taken earlier. As we neared the edge of the woods, Vidya suddenly went quiet. Thinking we were in the clear, I turned my flashlight toward the trees out of habit. That's when I saw them, dark, human-like shapes scattered throughout the woods. They didn't move, but their presence sent chills down my spine. I screamed, and we all ran the rest of the way to the car. Once we were back on the road, Vidya seemed to regain her senses. She was crying and confused as we sped home at nearly 70 miles an hour. When one of the guys asked her what she was thinking bringing us there, she admitted she didn't remember anything after walking into the woods. She recalled intending to tell us some local ghost stories, but everything after that was blank. She didn't remember the clearing, shoving me, or even running back to the car. Later, we learned the road was infamous for accidents, with blind turns that had caused many deaths. The woods were also said to be home to tribal people who practiced strange rituals, which might explain the shadows we saw. Though we returned home safely, the experience left a lasting impact. A few nights later, I started having vivid nightmares. In one dream, I was walking through the woods, chased by the same dark shadows we'd seen. In another, a shadowy figure sat beside me in a car, urging me to crash. When I shared my nightmares with the group, I discovered everyone else had similar dreams of being followed or threatened by shadows. Thankfully, the nightmares stopped after a week, but the experience shook us all. we decided to take a break from our late-night wanderings for at least a year. Nature has a strange way of maintaining balance. Bright days are followed by dark nights, blooming summers give way to harsh winters, and happiness often paves the way for sorrow. Just like this balance, sanctity and evil sometimes cross paths. I come from a humble, God-fearing family and firmly believe in the idea of leaving the other world undisturbed, hoping they won't disturb us in return. However, there are times when these two worlds intertwine in ways we can't control. Before I share this story, let me give you some background. After my father's untimely death, my young mother moved back to her hometown of Allahabad, now Prayagraj, a historic Hindu holy city situated on the banks of the Ganges. Allahabad is famous for the Mahakumbh, the world's largest religious gathering. While my younger sister, who was 16 at the time, moved with my mom to our grandparents' house, I, at 17, was sent to another city for college. My grandparents lived in an old colonial-era mansion, or kothi. This sprawling house was built in a traditional style with a large open-air courtyard in the center, surrounded by rooms forming a circular layout. The house also had a big backyard filled with thick neem, banyan, mango, and tamarind trees, which kept the area shadowy even during the hottest days. The entire neighborhood was full of similar homes, with tightly knit families where everyone knew each other. Next door lived an elderly Bengali couple whose backyard was especially dense with trees, making it perpetually dark and eerie. The couple had a beautiful daughter, Mishti, who had tragically passed away years ago, and a son who had migrated to the United States. Mishti was stunningly beautiful, with long, dark hair that reached her knees, and a voice as sweet as a nightingale. My mother grew up playing with her and often spoke fondly of their childhood memories, swinging on trees and laughing in the backyard. However, Mishti's life took a dark turn when she fell in love with someone her parents disapproved of. They wanted her to marry into a wealthy Calcutta-based family, but she couldn't bear the pressure. Heartbroken and weary of the constant conflicts, she set herself on fire in her backyard one fateful evening. Her agonizing screams echoed through the trees, marking the beginning of a haunting legacy. After her death, neighbors began reporting sightings of Mishti's ghost. People saw her among the trees, on rooftops, and even swinging on the backyard swings. Her ghostly figure was often accompanied by her sweet singing, just as in life. As a child, I remember visiting her parents with my mom. Their living room walls were covered with Mishti's photographs. Her piercing, kohl-lined eyes and long hair always sent chills down my spine. Years later, on a hot summer night, my mom and sister had settled into my grandparents' home. The oppressive heat meant that all doors and windows were left open for ventilation. My mom and sister's room faced the open courtyard, typical of the Kothi's architecture. That night, around midnight, everyone had gone to bed. A few hours later, my sister woke up to a cool breeze. Half asleep, she noticed a shadow at the foot of her bed. As her eyes adjusted, she froze in terror. Standing there was a girl with long, flowing hair, blazing eyes, and sharp, pointed teeth. She was wearing a black, ankle-length gown and appeared to be floating in the air. Her hair seemed to move on its own, and her teeth glinted as she let out an eerie, chilling laugh. My sister was paralyzed with fear. She couldn't move, scream, or even wake my mom. The figure continued to laugh as it moved closer. Suddenly, my mom woke up and saw the terrifying sight. Already emotionally fragile after my father's death, the apparition scared her so much that she nearly fainted. Desperate and drenched in sweat, my sister started reciting the Hanuman Chalisa, a Hindu prayer believed to ward off evil spirits. She shut her eyes tightly, praying with all her might. After a few moments, the apparition disappeared. Hearing the commotion, my grandfather rushed in, switching on the lights. He found my mother and sister in a state of shock and quickly tried to calm them down. The next morning, my grandmother revealed that it had been over 2 decades since Mishti's death, but her spirit still haunted the neighborhood. Locals had long learned to keep their doors and windows closed at night, no matter how sweltering the summer heat. Even now, people often hear the sound of swings creaking in her backyard late at night. My name is Ravish, and I'm from Bhopal, the capital of Madhya Pradesh. This incident happened 10 years ago, in 2005, and to this day, I have no explanation for what my friend Ankit and I experienced. It was a summer evening, and like any other day, my friend Ankit came over to my place. After chatting for a while, we decided to take a ride to a dam not too far from my house. We left around 7:50 p.m. I was riding the bike, and Ankit was sitting behind me. In about 30 minutes, we reached the turn from the highway that leads to the dam. I was keeping an eye on the fuel meter as the bike was running on reserve petrol. The road was eerily quiet. No one was heading toward or coming back from the dam. The only person we saw was a tall man on a bicycle, dressed entirely in white, from his turban to his dhoti. Jokingly, I said, "He looks ghastly," and we laughed it off. As we rode further, I kept glancing at the bike's speedometer and odometer. The speedometer was stuck at 40, and the odometer wasn't moving either, which made me anxious. I didn't want to be stranded in such a place. We kept chatting as we rode along, but the absence of any other people or vehicles felt strange. I asked Ankit if it was always this quiet, and he replied that it wasn't. I couldn't shake off the odd feeling. When we reached the dam, it was shocking. There wasn't a single person there. All the shops were closed, and the entire area was deserted. It was only 8:40 p.m., and I had heard from friends that the place stayed lively with people until at least 11 p.m. Even birds and animals were nowhere to be seen. Uneasy, I told Ankit that I wasn't comfortable staying there and wanted to leave. He agreed, so I turned the bike around and headed back. As soon as we started riding, the speedometer and odometer suddenly started working again. The odometer jumped 8 kilometers ahead from where it had stopped. I was baffled but didn't say anything. As we rode back, Ankit suddenly stopped talking. He kept looking back over his shoulder, again and again. I asked him what was wrong, but he only said, "Just get us out of here as fast as you can." I sped up, and we reached my home around 9:20 p.m. Ankit quickly started his bike and left for his house. At around 10:30 p.m., Ankit called me. He sounded nervous and asked if I had noticed anything strange at the dam. I said yes and told him about the bike's meter, how it got stuck and then suddenly jumped 8 digits. Then he shared his experience. At one point, when he had stopped talking, he had heard someone calling his name. The voice called out 3 or 4 times, but when he looked around, there was no one there. He also asked if I had noticed anything unusual about the man on the bicycle. I said I had only noticed his white clothes. Ankit then told me that as the man passed us, he had looked directly at him, and his eyes were completely black, with no pupils. I was terrified. We decided to meet the next day to discuss what had happened. The next afternoon, around 1 p.m., Ankit came over, and we decided to visit the dam again during the day to investigate. When we arrived, the place was bustling with people. I parked my bike, and we approached one of the shopkeepers to ask at what time the shops usually close. He said they stay open until around 10:30 p.m. every night. We asked him why all the shops had been closed the previous night. He looked confused and asked if we were joking. He insisted that the shops were open until 10:30 and that he had been there the entire time. We were stunned. We checked with other shopkeepers, and they all gave the same answer. None of them believed our story and even asked if we had been drinking. Shocked and unable to make sense of what they were saying, we left the dam. To this day, I have no idea what happened to us that night. Where were we? Were we in some kind of time loop or alternate reality? One thing I remember clearly is that it was a full moon night, but beyond that, I have no answers. In 2011, I got a job in a software company and had to move to a new city. Being completely unfamiliar with the place, I was nervous about settling in. Thankfully, I made a few friends who helped me adjust. Things started to feel normal, and I thought nothing could go wrong. One of my friends, let's call her Sue, wanted to move out of her dorm and find her own place. We all helped her search, but the city was expensive, and finding something within her budget was challenging. A few days later, Sue found a pamphlet for a house that seemed perfect, spacious, and affordable. It felt too good to be true, but we ignored the oddity and went to check it out. I went with another friend to see the house with Sue. As soon as we arrived, I felt uneasy. The air felt heavy, and something about the place didn't sit right with me. Sue noticed my discomfort and asked me to wait in the car, but I stayed quiet, not wanting to dampen her excitement. She decided to buy the house, and I forced a smile, relieved to leave. 2 days later, we helped Sue move in. I couldn't shake off the feeling that someone was watching me the entire time. On our way back that day, a friend asked Sue if she was sure about living alone. She snapped at him, which surprised us since Sue was usually calm and kind. I brushed it off, thinking she might just be stressed about the move. At first, Sue seemed happy in her new house, but things quickly changed. She started looking tired, lost her cheerful personality, and became withdrawn. Sometimes, she even mumbled to herself when alone. Concerned, we decided to spend a night at her house. I was reluctant but joined because I wanted to support her. When we arrived, Sue greeted us, but I immediately felt a strong, malevolent presence. It was so overwhelming that I froze outside while everyone else went in. Finally, I forced myself to enter. Sue's eyes looked blank, and when I hugged her, she whispered, "I've wanted to see you for so long." I told her we saw each other every day, but she just nodded and went to the kitchen. The whole interaction was unsettling. That night, Sue insisted I sleep in her room, but I refused, choosing the couch instead. She seemed unhappy, but I couldn't bring myself to stay in her room. Later, I struggled to fall asleep. Around midnight, I noticed a light coming from Sue's room. Curious, I quietly approached the door and peeked inside. Sue was talking to the wall. At first, I thought she was sleep-talking, but then I realized she wasn't talking to her shadow. It wasn't her shadow at all. Terrified, I tried waking my friends, but no one would wake up. Panicked, I ran out of the house without looking back. After some distance, I managed to get a cab and went to my neighbor's house instead of returning home. I was trembling with fear and asked for an idol of Lord Hanuman for protection. That night, I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I expected calls from my friends, but no one contacted me. Worried, I went home, got ready, and headed to work. At the office, I asked my boss for a transfer to my hometown, using a made-up excuse. A few hours later, my friends arrived at work, looking drained. I asked why they hadn't called, but they avoided the question. Sue wasn't there, which brought me relief but also concern for her. A month later, I received my transfer order and was happy to leave. During that time, Sue stopped coming to the office, and I advised my friends to stay away from her and her house. It wasn't easy. I wanted to help, but I feared for my own safety. A few weeks later, we learned that Sue had hanged herself. I moved back to my parents' house and thankfully didn't experience anything unusual again. No nightmares, no fear of being watched. But the events of that night stayed with me, haunting my memories. It was in 2011 during my summer vacation when my cousin Aishwarya and her parents came to stay with us for 2 weeks. Aishwarya and I spent most of our time together, playing and going out. However, she was terrified of anything related to ghosts and hated the view from my room's window, which overlooked a large cemetery. Aishwarya is my only cousin, and I pamper her a lot, fulfilling even her silliest requests. The cemetery near our house is huge, with 2 large gates, one for entry and one for exit. One evening, while chatting, Aishwarya said she wanted a chocolate pastry from a nearby shop. The shop wasn't far, but the road leading to it passed by the cemetery's exit gate. She knew I wouldn't say no, so we decided to go. As we approached the cemetery gate, Aishwarya avoided looking at it to avoid scaring herself. Suddenly, she asked, "Should we go inside the cemetery?" Surprised, I replied, "Sure, but maybe some other time." She nodded, and we continued to the shop, bought the pastry, and returned home within an hour. However, the thought of the cemetery lingered in our minds. It was still early, around 5 p.m., and the sun hadn't set yet. We decided to ask our parents if we could visit the cemetery for a short while. They immediately refused, disappointing us. The next afternoon, we came up with a plan. We told our parents we were going to a friend's house but secretly headed to the cemetery instead. At around 3 p.m., we reached the cemetery's exit gate. One side of the gate was shut, and the other was slightly open. As we approached, a small girl suddenly appeared in the gap between the doors, blocking our way. I asked her to move aside, but she shook her head and said, "No, don't go." Ignoring her, we gently pushed past and entered. The cemetery was beautiful, peaceful, with tall trees, chirping birds, and a cool breeze. Aishwarya, who usually hated cemeteries, seemed surprisingly happy. We explored for about half an hour before the watchman came and told us to leave, saying, "You've been here long enough. Go home now." Disappointed but satisfied, we left and returned home. Later that evening, around 7:30 p.m., while watching TV, Aishwarya complained of a headache. We thought it was nothing serious and continued watching. Meanwhile, our mothers were discussing how it was Amavasya, a no-moon night. This made us a bit uneasy, but we brushed it off. After dinner, the three of us, Aishwarya, my mom, and I, went for a short walk along the same road leading to the pastry shop. As we neared the cemetery's exit gate, I started feeling uneasy, as though someone was watching us. I asked my mom if we could head back, and she agreed, thinking I was tired. When we got home, I told Aishwarya about my feelings. She told me not to overthink it. We went to bed around 11:30 p.m. At around 1 a.m., Aishwarya woke up crying. She hugged me tightly, like a scared child, and told me she had seen a man wearing a black blazer with a French beard standing near our room's door. I tried to comfort her, saying it was just her imagination. She eventually calmed down and fell asleep again. The next night, something strange happened to me. We went to bed at midnight, and around 1:30 a.m., I woke up needing to use the bathroom. As I got up, I noticed the shadow of a man on the wall beside the door. The shadow moved, and I froze in fear. Terrified, I woke Aishwarya, but by the time she got up, the shadow was gone. She believed me, and we decided to tell our parents. When we told them the next morning, they were furious. However, my mom and Aishwarya's mom took us to a place nearby where people go for help with such issues. A priest there listened to my mom and asked us to sit in front of him. He gave us 8 to 9 small black dolls and asked us to hold them while praying and apologizing if we had unknowingly done something wrong. As soon as we held the dolls and started praying, both Aishwarya and I felt an unbearable heaviness in our heads and extreme discomfort. Still, we did as the priest instructed. When we finished, he gave us ash to apply on our foreheads and told us something shocking. He knew we had gone to the cemetery on Amavasya, which we hadn't mentioned. He explained that as we walked through the paths in the cemetery, we had crossed the spirit's path, angering it. That was why we had seen it during the nights. My name is Rohan, and I'm a 28-year-old engineer from Navi Mumbai, India. I've been following this forum for 5 years but only now gathered the courage to share my experiences. Since childhood, I've been fascinated by the supernatural. Like many, I enjoyed listening to ghost stories during school and college trips, where we gather at night to share tales. There's a thrill in being scared, until you find yourself living through it. My experiences aren't like what you see in movies, no flying objects or telekinesis. Instead, I've witnessed people who were possessed or believed to be. Whether these were supernatural or psychological phenomena like schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder, I can't say. But the details revealed during these possessions made me believe there's more to these events than meets the eye. I'll share a few of my experiences here, though there are many more. In the 1980s, before I was born, a distant relative in my family was murdered by his friends over a petty dispute. Back then, the law wasn't strict, and justice often depended on village councils called panchayats. The accused, being connected to powerful people, were acquitted. The victim's body was never found, leaving the case unresolved. In our culture, improper cremation, or unjust deaths can give rise to restless spirits seeking revenge. A few years after the murder, strange incidents began happening in the victim's family. My aunt, who was newly married at the time, started behaving strangely. Initially, her behavior seemed harmless. She began eating food meant for an entire family of 5. Despite eating so much, she would still complain of being hungry. This was unusual, as she was the slimmest person in the family. Soon, she began demanding non-vegetarian food, which was odd since she was a lifelong vegetarian. The family assumed she had developed a new taste and didn't think much of it until they discovered her stealing country liquor and BDs, local cigarettes, and consuming them secretly. She started behaving like someone constantly intoxicated. The elders in the family sensed something was wrong and called a village priest. The priest felt a supernatural presence but couldn't identify it. The spirit, speaking through my aunt, claimed to be the family's ancestral deity and demanded offerings. My great-grandfather, however, suspected foul play and brought in an experienced astrologer from a nearby village. This astrologer, who had extensive knowledge of the occult, uncovered that the spirit was the restless soul of the murdered relative. He managed to subdue the spirit temporarily but couldn't exorcise it completely due to its deep hatred and determination for revenge. Over the next 9 to 10 years, the spirit seemed to exact its revenge. All but one of the murderers suffered immense misfortune. They lost their businesses, faced health issues, family breakdowns, and eventually died, either from strange illnesses or by suicide. The only exception was one accused who devoted himself to Lord Ganesha and spent his life serving at a temple, asking for forgiveness. He lived to old age and passed away peacefully a few years ago. It's believed that divine protection shielded him from the spirit's wrath. As the years passed, the spirit's power grew. While my aunt and other family members were mostly fine, they experienced occasional bouts of possession. During these episodes, the possessed individuals were a danger to themselves and others. Despite consulting several priests and exorcists, no one could completely rid the family of the spirit. Eventually, someone suggested taking my aunt to the Mehandapurbaliji temple in Rajasthan, known for exorcisms and healing. I was about 7 or 8 years old when we visited the temple. The experience left a lasting impression on me. The temple is famous for its rituals to expel evil spirits, and thousands of people visit to seek cures for possessions. The priest there tried to weaken the entity but couldn't drive it out entirely. Even regular visits didn't fully work. Later, we took my aunt to the Gangapur Dattatreya temple in Karnataka, where a 3-day ritual havan, fire offering, was performed. My aunt, though frail and diabetic, became violently aggressive during the ritual, injuring some of the priests before being subdued. The spirit eventually revealed that it had no intention of leaving but promised not to harm my aunt or anyone else who worshipped God. It even mentioned that every time it tried to take my aunt's soul, the spirit of a holy saint named Sri Siddharth Swami intervened and stopped it. Since then, my aunt has remained a devotee of the saint. Over the years, the spirit occasionally helped the family but always at a cost. For example, when black magic was performed on one of my uncles to cause financial ruin, the spirit revealed the plot through a possessed family member. It even helped locate the cursed artifact buried in my uncle's yard. However, the rival who performed the black magic faced severe consequences. His son suffered a debilitating accident, his business collapsed, and he later died of liver disease. This made me wonder whether the spirit was entirely evil or simply seeking justice. The spirit also saved my father's life once. Years ago, my father got lost while returning home alone at night. He encountered 2 shadowy figures near a railway crossing, a place notorious for suicides. The figures had no faces, and instead of fear, my father felt a strange urge to lie on the tracks. Before he could act, he was knocked unconscious. The next morning, villagers found him and brought him home. Later, my aunt, possessed again, revealed that the spirit had fought off the shadowy figures to save my father's life. Though the spirit has caused harm, it hasn't troubled us in recent years. We still visit the Gangapur temple occasionally to seek blessings. During our last visit, my aunt was briefly possessed again. The spirit asked why we had brought her there when it hadn't caused any trouble for years. We explained that it was just a routine visit, and it left without incident. This incident occurred in 1989, involving my father and maternal uncle. My family, parents, brother, and I, were traveling to my maternal grandparents' home for a long-awaited family reunion. Everyone was excited. We reached around 3:30 p.m., but my father, eager to help, immediately set off again to pick up my mother's younger sister and her husband, who lived about 250 kilometers away. Accompanying him were two of my uncles. After fetching my aunt and her husband, they started their return journey. By 9:30 p.m., they were about 75 kilometers from their destination, driving through a forested area with little to no traffic. As they approached a level crossing, my father suddenly stopped the car. My uncle, curious, asked why. My father pointed ahead, to the middle of the level crossing, where a figure sat, entirely covered in a blanket-like cloth. It was an unsettling sight. Why would anyone sit like that in the middle of a level crossing at such an odd hour? My father, thinking it might be a madman, prepared to honk. But my uncle urgently stopped him, almost shouting for him to drive through without making any noise. Though puzzled, my father followed his advice, crossing the level crossing at full speed. Once they had passed, both glanced in the rearview mirror, and to their horror, the figure was gone. There was no trace of anyone or anything. My father, now realizing the gravity of the situation, asked my uncle for an explanation. My uncle, familiar with the area's eerie tales, explained that such figures are often spirits or entities blocking paths as a sign of ill omen. Acknowledging them, by honking, stopping, or interacting, could invite trouble. The safest course is always to ignore such things and move on without reacting. Though visibly shaken, my father drove the rest of the way quietly. The others in the car, who had been napping in the back seat, remained unaware of the incident. They reached home safely by 10:30 p.m., and chose not to mention the event to anyone, not wanting to dampen the festive mood of the gathering. Years later, when my father shared this story, it left us pondering the lives of those who traveled alone on such roads. What about those who didn't know to ignore such spirits? Or the unfortunate ones whose lives ended tragically, leaving their restless souls trapped on earth? It was a chilling reminder of the unknown forces that might linger in the shadows. My name is Kanwar Avishek Singh Gawal, and I'm from Jamshedpur. I work as a screenplay writer. What I'm about to share is a real-life ghost encounter that happened 2 years ago. Second-year students from ISM Dhanbad had organized an inter-school IQ competition for schools across Jharkhand. I cleared the first 2 rounds and was selected for the third round, which was to be held in the Penman Auditorium. My dad and I traveled to Dhanbad and stayed at a guest house near the railway station. The guest house charged 500 Indian rupees for a double bedroom. The event went well, and after it was over, my dad struck up a conversation with a man staying in a nearby hotel. Since we had to catch the same bus the next morning, my dad decided we should move to that hotel for the night. We went to the hotel reception, and I noticed the receptionist signaling something to one of his employees. I couldn't understand what it meant, and since I was tired and sleepy, I ignored it. The employee showed us the room, and to our surprise, it was well furnished and much larger than the guest house room we had stayed in the previous night. Even more surprising was the cost, just 350 Indian rupees for the night. It seemed like a great deal, so we gladly booked the room. But what happened next left me with a lot of unanswered questions. The same employee came to our room 3 or 4 times within the first hour, asking seemingly random questions about whether everything was fine. I found it strange but brushed it off, focusing instead on my happiness at being placed 13th in the competition. My dad and I watched Discovery Channel for a while before going to bed. My dad fell asleep quickly, but I couldn't. I was wide awake, replaying the day's events and imagining my future successes. I was daydreaming with my eyes open when I began to feel something strange. I felt a tugging sensation on my hair, as if some invisible force was pulling it downward. At first, I thought it was just because I was tired, but the pulling grew stronger and started to hurt. Feeling uneasy, I turned sideways, hoping it would stop. When the pain became unbearable, I got up and turned on the lights. To my shock, my pillow was in disarray, with strands of my hair tangled all over it. Fear began to creep in as I recalled the strange signals at the reception and the employees' repeated visits. I turned off the lights and lay down again, but I wasn't trying to sleep anymore. I wanted to understand what was happening. As I lay there, I noticed my dad sleeping soundly beside me. That gave me some confidence. In my mind, I started calling out to whatever or whoever was causing this. I didn't speak aloud but focused my thoughts on summoning the presence I felt in the room. After some time, I saw something in the corner. It was a figure, a girl. Her presence sent chills down my spine, but I managed to stay calm. I quietly asked why she was disturbing me. What happened next felt like a flashback. It was as though she was showing me her story. She had been raped and murdered in that room by a group of men. Her body had been thrown out of the window behind the curtains. I didn't dare move from my bed, but the vision filled me with sadness rather than fear. I didn't know what to do. Despite being an atheist, I offered my condolences and prayed for her soul to find peace. I promised her that I understood her pain and would remember her. After that, she left, and the room felt quiet again. She didn't trouble me further. The next morning, I packed up and left for Jamshedpur with my dad. Even now, I think about her story and the strange events of that night. I'm from Hyderabad, in southern India. Growing up, I heard many ghost stories that left me terrified. Even now, I get scared easily. Among my friends, the topic of ghosts and spirits often comes up, though none of us have ever dared to try spirit boards or games. Partly because we were scared, and partly because these boards weren't available in the market. With our fear and limited information, we never attempted to make one ourselves either. The night this incident happened, all 8 of us in our group were having a casual drinks night. Not everyone in the group drank. Some avoided alcohol for personal or religious reasons, so while 5 of us were drinking, the other 3 joined in the conversations. Surprisingly, the topic of spirits or ghosts didn't come up that night. We weren't heavily drunk, just in that in-between stage where you feel lighthearted and talk loudly but are still in control. We were on the terrace of an apartment building. The building had 6 official floors, but the owner, one of our friend's fathers, had built a small, unofficial 7th floor room and left the rest of the terrace open. There were no sidewalls on the terrace, just the small room. To access it, we used a ladder that stayed in place so we wouldn't have to move it repeatedly. About 5 years earlier, a woman had tragically taken her life by jumping from this open terrace. We knew about the incident but had never felt anything unusual in the past. Around 2 a.m., as we were chatting, I started hearing a faint sound from the floor below. It wasn't footsteps but the tinkling sound of a pile anklet. In India, piles are silver ornaments worn by women, designed to make a subtle yet distinct sound when they walk. I looked down at the 6th floor lawn visible from the terrace but didn't see anyone. The sound seemed to come from that area. I ignored it, remembering an article I had read about a nocturnal bird or insect that makes a similar sound. As the conversation continued, I noticed one of my friends suddenly go quiet. He seemed to focus on something, holding his drink but not sipping it. A minute later, he snapped back and rejoined the conversation as if nothing had happened. I should have asked him what was wrong, but I didn't. By 2:15 a.m., we were wrapping up for the night and planning to sleep on the terrace. Just then, another friend mentioned he'd been hearing the sound of a pile for the past 20 to 30 minutes. I admitted I had heard it too. The quiet friend then added that he'd also heard it but didn't want to say anything earlier. What made it creepier was when a 4th person chimed in, saying he'd been hearing the sound as well but was too scared to mention it. 2 of us were drunk, but the other 2, including the 4th friend, were teetotalers. As the rest of the group began teasing us for imagining things, the sound started again. This time, it was unmistakable, and it was coming closer. The pile tinkling grew louder, as though someone was walking up the ladder to the terrace. The sound of each step echoed, making it clear that something, or someone, was approaching us. Fear gripped the entire group. 2 of our friends bolted, rushing down the ladder and leaving the building. They called us from downstairs to say they had safely reached the ground floor and were heading home. But they didn't see anyone or encounter anything unusual. The remaining 6 of us stood frozen on the terrace, unsure of what to do. We decided to go inside the small room, which had a door we could latch from the inside. By now, it was 3 a.m. As we sat huddled in the room, we heard a loud banging on the door. It came in sets of 3, each bang strong enough to make the door shake as though someone was trying to force it open. The sound was deafening. We were terrified and determined not to open the door. After a few minutes, the banging stopped, and we eventually drifted into a fitful sleep. To this day, we don't know who or what was behind it. Our friend, whose family owned the apartment, suggested it might have been his grandmother, who had passed away years ago but cared deeply for him. He too heard the pile and the banging on the door. None of us can explain how an invisible entity could create such distinct sounds or bang on a door with such force. The strangest part was that all of this happened in the middle of the city, not in some remote or isolated area. The incident I'm about to share occurred 17 years ago, in 2001. It was a devastating time for our family, as we lost my elder brother in a tragic car accident. While the rest of us survived with injuries, my brother didn't make it. My father was severely injured and, after over a month in the hospital, was finally discharged. Though he was recuperating at home, the emotional toll of losing my brother was immense for all of us, making the healing process painfully slow. One night, about a week after my father returned home, a thunderstorm caused a power outage in our colony. The entire area was plunged into darkness. Since we didn't have an inverter at the time, we lit candles to provide some light. Our house had an attached bathroom connecting 2 rooms, one where my father slept and the other where my mother and I stayed. To reach my father's room, one had to walk through a passage that included the bathroom. That night, my father was sitting on his bed while my mother had gone to fetch a candle from our room. I was in the kitchen talking to my aunt. Suddenly, both my parents saw a silhouette. It was short, about 4 feet tall, and appeared to be holding something, a candle with a weak, flickering flame, accompanied by a thin wisp of smoke, as though it had just been extinguished. At first, they thought it was me bringing them a candle, but they quickly realized that I wasn't short. To confirm, my mother came to check on me and found me in the kitchen with my aunt. Both my parents were confused and uneasy but decided not to tell me about what they saw, as I was still young and struggling to cope with my brother's loss. 15 days later, another power cut occurred, and once again, my parents saw the same silhouette. It had the same weak, flickering flame in its hand and was just as short. Though they couldn't distinguish whether it was male or female, they were now certain it wasn't a person. Nobody in our family or the neighborhood was that height. My parents didn't know what to make of it but kept their observations to themselves for fear of scaring me further. Instead, they told me to stay close to them whenever there was a power cut and not to wander around the house alone. Eventually, they explained the incidents to me, and I was terrified. Both my parents had seen the figure twice, at the same time, and described it identically. Naturally, our first thought was of my brother, but that didn't seem possible. He had been the tallest in our family, standing 6 feet tall. This figure, by contrast, was no taller than 4 feet. The silhouette never appeared again after that second sighting, and it never caused any harm or exuded any negative energy. But its presence left us with so many unanswered questions. Why did it only appear during power cuts? What was the significance of the flickering flame? If it was a ghost, why didn't it harm us or cause distress? Could it have been a passing spirit, a guardian angel trying to bring light to our lives during a dark time, or perhaps a deceased ancestor visiting us in our grief? To this day, we don't know what it was. Whatever its purpose, we are grateful it didn't trouble us further. While the mystery remains unsolved, I like to believe it was a gentle presence meant to guide or comfort us during one of the most difficult periods of our lives. May God bless everyone. I'm originally from Darjeeling, a beautiful hill station in India, but my parents bought an apartment in Siliguri, a smaller town at the foothills of Darjeeling, to avoid the harsh winters. Our colony in Siliguri is peaceful, located near the Sukna forest, with clear skies, fresh air, and stunning views of tea gardens and hills. It's a quiet place, perfect for relaxing. I had a routine of teaching a tribal maid from the area how to read and write in English. She would often tell me eerie ghost stories from her village, mentioning witches who had moved deep into the forest after our colony was built. Though I never gave much thought to the paranormal, I had experienced a few unexplainable things in my life. One such experience occurred in December 2012. I was 29 and in a happy relationship with a girl who lived in the same colony. We had a tradition of meeting on the rooftop in the evenings. It was our special place, where we'd spend hours talking and enjoying the beautiful night views of the hills. One evening, my girlfriend called me to the roof around 8 p.m. The sky was pitch black, with thick clouds covering the stars. As we sat near one of the 3 entrances, the atmosphere was serene, and we were glad to have the roof all to ourselves. But then, I noticed something strange, a disturbance in the pattern of a red rug hanging over the railing. Something orange, about 3 feet tall, was blocking part of the rug. At first, I didn't think much of it. The light from a nearby construction site dimly illuminated the terrace, enough for me to see the colors clearly. As we continued talking, both of us noticed that the thing began to move. It swayed irregularly from side to side, stopping abruptly, and then shifting again. It didn't seem like anything paranormal to us at first. I even assumed it might be the retriever dog from our building, standing on its hind legs near the railing. We decided to check, thinking it might jump over the edge. But as we walked closer, about 12 feet away, my girlfriend froze. I looked at her, but her gaze was fixed on the figure. Taking a few steps forward, I suddenly realized what we were looking at. It wasn't the dog. It was the lower half of a woman's body. There was no torso, no head, just the legs. She wore an orange skirt, tribal in style, swaying unnaturally from side to side. My heart raced as I tried to comprehend what I was seeing. The outlines of her legs were clear, but there was no upper body. It appeared to move closer, though I couldn't be sure if it was real or just my mind playing tricks. Gathering all my courage, I grabbed my girlfriend's hand and slowly backed away. She was too terrified to speak, tears streaming down her face. I managed to lead her down the stairs and out of the building, where we joined friends and family. They immediately noticed how pale and shaken we were, but we didn't tell anyone what we had seen. After that night, everything changed. My girlfriend and I never went to the roof at night again. Strangely, our relationship also began to fall apart soon after. We fought constantly and eventually broke up. To this day, I wonder if that night had anything to do with it. Later, I tried to find out if anyone had died during the colony's construction, but there were no records of such an incident. Even after revisiting the roof at night, I never saw the figure again. I still don't know what it was, a spirit, a witch, or something else entirely. In my view, the paranormal exists as a form of energy, vibrating at a different frequency. Sometimes, the vibrations of their world align with ours, allowing us to catch a glimpse. I believe if we don't disturb these entities, they're less likely to disturb us, unless, of course, they have something to tell us. After graduating from engineering college in 1995, I landed a job with the Tata Group Company, a renowned business conglomerate in India. Initially, I was posted at the company's headquarters in Hyderabad, located in what was then Andhra Pradesh. A few months later, I was temporarily sent to Jamshedpur to fill in for a colleague who was on vacation. My performance there impressed the project manager, who requested my permanent transfer to Jamshedpur. Though initially hesitant, I eventually agreed. In Jamshedpur, I was provided a fully furnished flat by the company. It was on the first floor of a 2-story standalone building, with the ground floor occupied by the landlord's family. The building was isolated, with no other structures nearby, only greenery and a serene view of the Sabarnereka River. Being a bachelor, my evenings were free. After work, I'd grab dinner from a nearby fast food joint, pick up a couple of beers, and head back to the flat. On weekends, my flat became a hangout spot for fellow bachelor engineers. We'd watch movies, drink, and unwind. One Friday night, my friends and I gathered as usual. Around 10:30 p.m., I stepped onto the balcony for a smoke with my friend Deb. It was a full moon night, and the view was stunning. As we chatted, we suddenly heard the distinct cry of a baby. The sound seemed to come from the road below, and gradually grew louder, as if the baby was approaching the building. Yet, despite the clear moonlight, we saw no baby, no person carrying one, and no sign of anyone on the road. The crying sound halted right in front of the gate, but there was still no one visible. The realization sent a chill down our spines. I suggested we go back inside, lock the balcony door, and join our other friends, Hussein and Manish, who were ironically discussing ghost stories. Just as we began sharing what we had experienced, the lights went out. Hussein checked the electrical panel and found no tripped breakers, indicating an external power failure, common in India. We lit a candle and continued our conversation, but the eerie atmosphere lingered. Suddenly, a gust of wind extinguished the candle, even though all the windows were shut. At that very moment, we heard the baby's cry again, this time from within the living room itself. My blood ran cold. The flat door had been locked from the inside, so there was no logical explanation for the sound. Deb and I bolted for the door, fumbling to unlock it. Once outside, we sprinted down the external stairs to the road. Hussein and Manish, sensing something was terribly wrong, followed close behind. None of us dared to return to the flat. We spotted the neighborhood's Gurkha guard patrolling nearby and hurried to him. After explaining what had happened, he listened intently and told us that such occurrences weren't uncommon in the area. He warned that spirits often mimic familiar sounds to lure people. He advised us to avoid the flat for the night. Reluctantly, we sat in his small shed, waiting anxiously for dawn. The next day, we shared our experience with locals. They confirmed the guard's account, adding that several similar incidents had been reported nearby. These spirits, they said, were known to imitate voices, cries, and even appearances to confuse or attract unsuspecting people. Though I stayed in that flat for some time afterward, the memory of that chilling night stayed with me. To this day, I wonder what we heard and why it chose to manifest so vividly in our otherwise peaceful flat. This is not my own experience, but a story my late mother shared with me when I was younger. My mother passed away when I was in the 6th grade, but her memories and stories live on, especially one unforgettable incident from her teenage years. My mother grew up in a small village in Kerala, India. Her house was on the bank of a serene river, a tributary to one of Kerala's larger rivers. The house, which no longer exists, was torn down in the 1990s to make way for a modern structure built by my uncle. Despite its age, my mother's old home had a charm that I adored, especially its proximity to the river. As a child, I envied my mom for growing up in such a picturesque location, surrounded by greenery and the gentle sounds of flowing water. But she often reminded me that even the most beautiful places can hold dark secrets. Near the house, there was a log bridge spanning the narrowest part of the river. Made from 2 coconut tree trunks with a rope for support, it was a central part of my mother's childhood. My mom and her siblings would jump off the bridge into the river, swim, and bathe by the steps carved into the riverbank. She had fond memories of these times, except for one evening that changed everything. One spring evening, when my mom was in her teens, she decided to go for a swim. Her brothers weren't home, and her sisters were helping in the kitchen, so she went alone. Climbing onto the log bridge, she dove into the cool water and swam near the bridge. A short distance away, about 10 meters, was a deep section of the river, which her parents had strictly forbidden them from entering. As she swam, she spotted a tortoise and, out of curiosity, decided to follow it. Unknowingly, she drifted closer to the deeper waters. The tortoise suddenly ducked under the surface and disappeared, leaving her disappointed. She turned to swim back to the log bridge, but that's when it happened. She felt something grab her leg. It wasn't a brush of weeds or the pull of a current. She was sure it was a hand, an icy cold hand, gripping her and dragging her downward. My mom later described the sensation vividly, saying it was nothing like the soft, clingy feel of underwater plants. It was firm, deliberate, and terrifying. She screamed as loudly as she could. Luckily, a neighbor nearby heard her cries, rushed to the river, and dove in. He grabbed her by the hair and dragged her to the bank, where she fainted from shock. When she regained consciousness, her family surrounded her, desperate to know what had happened. Trembling, she recounted the icy hand that had grabbed her. Her grandparents, trying to calm her down, dismissed her fears as a misunderstanding, saying it was probably just weeds tangling around her leg. But my mom wasn't convinced. For the next week, she had recurring nightmares of the hand pulling her into the dark depths of the river. She avoided swimming entirely. Then, during a visit to a neighbor's house, the truth came to light. An elderly woman, over 100 years old, told my mom and her sisters about the history of that section of the river. Decades earlier, her aunt, jilted in love, had committed suicide by jumping into that very spot. The old woman claimed that her spirit haunted the river, lashing out at anyone who entered the deep waters. Her daughter confirmed the story, adding that the spirit was said to bring misfortune to anyone who swam there. When my mom asked her parents, they admitted they knew about the tragic story but had kept it from the children to avoid frightening them. My mom and her sisters, now deeply unnerved, never swam in the river again. Instead, they bathed in a pool their family built near the house. To this day, I can't shake the image of my mom, terrified yet brave enough to share her story. It's a chilling reminder that some places, no matter how beautiful, hold secrets best left undisturbed. It all started with what seemed like a silly challenge. The incident took place in the summer of 2007, the year we sat for our 10th grade board exams. My cousin Ashutosh, two friends, Vikram and Raja, and I were sitting on the roof, planning our next mischief, when the conversation shifted to ghosts and the supernatural. In our locality, there was a well-known stretch of road with a dark reputation. This 2-kilometer dirt road had no streetlights, a large pond on one side, and farmland on the other. The nearest houses were over a kilometer away, making it eerily deserted at night. Growing up, our families warned us to avoid that road after dark. The place had a grim history. Countless murders, robberies, and accidents had occurred there. Naturally, it was believed to be haunted. That evening, as we sat on the rooftop, Ashutosh, known for his boasting, claimed he wasn't afraid of ghosts. Being his cousin, I supported his bravado, arguing against my friend's skepticism. After a heated debate, Vikram proposed a challenge. Ashutosh had to walk the entire stretch of the haunted road at 1 a.m. and meet us at a tea shop near a Muslim burial ground at the other end. Raja and Vikram would wait for him there and bring him back. I volunteered to walk with him, unaware of what lay ahead. We began our journey around 12:45 a.m., armed with a pack of cigarettes. The road started at a massive banyan tree, rumored to be a hub of paranormal activity. People claimed to have seen shadowy figures there. We lit a cigarette and stayed there for a few minutes before moving on, agreeing not to look back, no matter what noises we might hear. After walking about 200 meters, Ashutosh whispered that he could hear the tinkling of anklets. I didn't hear it at first and told him to keep walking. But soon I heard it too, a distinct rhythmic sound. A chill ran down my spine. We decided to run. The sound didn't fade, it followed us, as if it was just behind us. In the middle of our frantic dash, Ashutosh tripped and fell. His slippers flew off, and his hands and knees were scraped and bleeding. I stopped to help him up, urging him to run barefoot. We ran past the Hindu cremation ground, the Muslim burial ground, and finally reached the tea shop, where Raja and Vikram were waiting for us. The sound stopped abruptly after chasing us for nearly a kilometer, but we didn't stop running until we reached safety. Relieved to have made it, we ordered tea and lit another cigarette. That's when Ashutosh insisted on going back for his slippers. Despite my protests, he begged, and eventually, Vikram and I agreed to ride back on his bike. The plan was simple. Vikram would drive, I'd grab the slippers, and we'd leave immediately. As we reached the spot where Ashutosh had fallen, I jumped off the bike to collect the slippers while Vikram turned the bike around. But when I turned back, Vikram's face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. He whispered, "There's someone right behind you, looking at us." I froze. "Who?" I asked, my voice shaking. "A woman," he said. "She's in a sari." My heart raced. Without looking back, I told him to switch seats so I could drive. I started the bike, turned it, and sped away as fast as I could. Vikram mumbled incoherently, repeating over and over, "She was standing right behind you." We returned to the tea shop, where Raja gave Vikram some water. It took an hour for him to calm down and speak normally again. We all headed home, shaken, and made a pact to never venture out at night again. To this day, I'm unsure of what happened. I heard the anklet sounds, but I never turned to see the figure Vikram described. Whether it was real or a figment of his imagination, I'll never know. But that night taught us to respect the stories and the unknown. Perhaps the supernatural exists, and perhaps it doesn't. But one thing is certain, it's better not to test it. This is an incident involving my Bua, and my father's sister, that I witnessed personally. We share a close bond, like best friends, and we tell each other everything. What happened to her after her marriage is something that shook our entire family. My Bua got married in May in our native place, Sultanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Our family resides in Mumbai, but we traveled to Sultanpur for the wedding. After her marriage, when she returned to our house, her health began to deteriorate. She complained of severe stomach pain, splitting headaches, as if someone was hitting her head, and overall weakness. My grandma, caught up in the preparations for another upcoming family wedding, brushed it off, advising her to take medicines and rest. However, the medication didn't help, and her condition worsened. She began skipping meals, becoming more fragile by the day. After the second wedding, she decided to visit her Mausi, mother's sister, in Amethi to spend some time recovering. Meanwhile, I stayed at my granny's house, as we still had a few days before returning to Mumbai. One day, I received a call that my Bua had been admitted to the hospital due to a high fever. I informed my father, who rushed to Amethi to be with her. She recovered after treatment and returned home, but what she revealed to me afterward left me utterly shocked. Her fever had been far from normal. Although the thermometer showed 105 degrees Fahrenheit, she wasn't as seriously affected as one would expect with such a high temperature. It should have impacted her brain. Yet it didn't. When we sat down to talk, she told me about the strange experiences she'd been having for months, both before and after her marriage. For 6 to 7 months prior, she'd been plagued by terrifying dreams. In one recurring dream, someone would break her chudis, bangles, a sacred symbol of marriage in Indian culture. She dreamt this 4 or 5 times. In another dream, while heading to a temple, she was attacked by a horrifying woman who snarled, "How dare you perform puja, holy rituals?" She was saved by a woman in saffron robes, who she believed was a goddess. Another dream was even more grotesque. She saw a man sever his own head, his body drowning in a river while he stared at her with his detached head. It wasn't just dreams. At night, she felt her bed moving on its own and would wake up, chanting the names of gods. These experiences deeply disturbed her, yet she kept them to herself for the most part. Meanwhile, my dad, worried about her deteriorating health, consulted a friend who is a tantric, a practitioner of occult rituals. Without any prior knowledge of her dreams, the tantric described them in exact detail. He explained that the horrifying woman in her dreams was a chudil, a female ghost, trying to possess her body. The woman in saffron was a devi, goddess, who was protecting her. He also revealed that this ghost had been following her for 8 years, likely picked up from a discarded ritual object on the roadside, such as a lemon. The tantric pointed out that Bua's headaches were a result of the chudel attempting to gain control over her. Strangely enough, I recalled how she often told me, "It feels like someone is hitting my head." But at the time, none of us took her seriously. The tantric further explained why the ghost's presence had intensified after her marriage. In our village, there's a belief that if someone possessed by a ghost gets married, the ghost is also considered married. This bond strengthens its grip on the victim, worsening their condition. Thankfully, with the tantric's help, the ghost was exorcised from her body. The rituals were successful, and my Bua has since been living a healthy, happy married life. However, this experience profoundly changed her, and our entire family's, perception of the paranormal. This incident happened with my husband and me in December 2016, during a trip to a small beach town in the Konkan region of Maharashtra. It was our first wedding anniversary, and we had planned the trip to seek blessings at a famous temple in the area and enjoy the serene beaches. We booked a 3-night stay at a beautiful beach resort close to both the temple and the shore. Our room was spacious and airy, with double doors opening to a sea-facing balcony that offered breathtaking views during the day. The warm sunlight and cool sea breeze made us feel we had made the perfect choice. After a quick lunch and a nap, we spent the evening strolling along the beach. Upon returning, we closed the balcony doors to keep mosquitoes out. That's when the room's atmosphere seemed to change. The vibrant charm of the morning was replaced by an eerie gloom. The pitch-dark view of the sea, combined with the muffled sound of waves, created a suffocating and depressing vibe. Though the lights were on, I felt uneasy, heavy, and inexplicably sad. It was as though the room carried a weight of its own that only became apparent after sundown. After dinner, I fell asleep quickly, facing my husband, who was still engrossed in his phone. Sometime later, I suddenly woke up, not due to any noise or disturbance but abruptly, as if drawn out of my sleep. What happened next was unsettling. Without moving or stirring, I opened my eyes and began staring at my husband. It was as though I was frozen in that position, unable to look away. As I continued staring, a wave of intense hatred swept over me, raw, irrational, and completely foreign. It wasn't over something trivial, like him being on his phone. It was something much deeper and beyond my control. In those moments, I felt no love for him, only an overpowering urge to lash out. My mind was consumed by this dark emotion, and I was nearly on the verge of doing something impulsive when, suddenly, my husband turned towards me. He put his phone aside, smiled at me, and asked gently why I was awake. That small act snapped me out of whatever spell I was under. The hatred dissipated as suddenly as it had come. Feeling shaken, I turned away, muttered a response, and went back to sleep. The next morning, I brushed off the incident until my husband brought it up. He recounted how he had felt an overwhelming tension in the room and had noticed me staring at him from the corner of his eye. According to him, the look in my eyes was so intense it made him fear I might harm him. Without reacting, he had calmly set his phone aside and turned to talk to me to diffuse the tension. He admitted the moment had unnerved him and joked about how I had given him the scare of his life. We laughed it off, I apologized, and we moved on to enjoy the rest of our trip. However, every night, as darkness fell, I couldn't shake the lingering discomfort in that room. The days were filled with joy and beauty, but the nights brought unease. Looking back, I can still vividly recall the inexplicable hatred I felt toward my husband that night. It was unlike anything I had ever experienced, and to this day, I remain confused about what triggered it. Was it some negative energy in the room? A reflection of my subconscious? Or something entirely beyond explanation? While it was one of the most memorable trips of my life, the memory of that one night and the unsettling energy of that room is enough to keep me from ever returning to that resort. My family and I had some strange experiences in our previous apartment in Calcutta, India. The building was new, located in an old and bustling part of the city. Our flat was on the second floor, situated in the corner, facing both a busy main road and a quieter service lane. The layout of the flat was straightforward. From the entrance, there was a small landing leading to my brother's room on the right and the living room straight ahead. The dining room and kitchen connected to the living area, with my parents' bedroom in one corner overlooking both the main road and service lane. My sister and I shared a room next to my parents', with a common washroom between our rooms, and another washroom was located in the living area. The first unusual incident happened to my sister. She was often the first to return home from school, and one afternoon, while taking a nap, she felt someone shake her leg and urge her to wake up for namas. Assuming it was our mother, she got up and prayed. Later, when our mother returned, my sister asked why she hadn't stayed home, and my mother insisted she hadn't been there earlier. It left my sister puzzled. The washroom sounds. Another time, my sister and I were doing homework in our room when we heard the sound of someone using the washroom. The tap was running, and it sounded like someone was washing their face. Thinking it was my brother, I called out for him to bring me a glass of water. Everything went silent. Curious, I checked the washroom, but it was empty. When I went to the living room, I found my brother sitting there with my parents, confirming none of them had been in the washroom. Footsteps in an empty room. One evening, when our parents were out of town, my siblings and I were watching TV together. Suddenly, we heard footsteps coming from our parents' room. Alarmed, we realized no one should be there. My brother went to check, only to find the room empty. However, the bedsheet looked crumpled, as if someone had just sat on it and gotten up. The sweet, flowery scent. Another frequent and unexplained phenomenon was a sudden, sweet, floral scent that would fill the house and then disappear just as quickly. It felt like an invisible air freshener being sprayed, but there was no obvious source for it. Things going missing. Objects often went missing, only to turn up in unusual places. My mother was particularly affected. The lid of a jar once vanished, only to reappear weeks later on my bookshelf. My homework notebook ended up in my dad's drawer, and my brother's T-square ruler was found in the kitchen cupboard. These incidents were baffling but harmless. A threatening moment. While most of these experiences were strange yet harmless, one incident truly frightened my mother. One evening, when she was home alone, she heard noises coming from the kitchen, pots and pans clattering and the sound of running water. Thinking she had left the tap open, she went to check. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if someone was about to harm her. She couldn't see anyone, but the feeling was so intense that she left the kitchen and waited in the living room until we returned. Although the feeling didn't return after that night, it left her deeply unsettled. In 2007, I was preparing for civil services in Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh, after graduating in my hometown of Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. I lived near Azad Park, a popular spot known to many in Allahabad. The park had a boundary wall lined with streetlights, which became the center of one of the most inexplicable experiences of my life. It was December, and North India was gripped by its characteristic cold and foggy weather. My coaching classes in civil lines ended around 8 p.m., and I would take a shortcut through the park to reach my rented room in about 20 to 30 minutes. On one particular foggy night, as I walked along the boundary, something strange happened. The streetlight I just passed flickered and turned off. Initially, I thought little of it, but as I moved further, the light switched back on. I shrugged it off as a coincidence and continued my journey home. However, the next evening, as I passed the same light, it flickered and turned off again. This time, I stopped and stepped back, and to my astonishment, the light turned back on. I repeated the steps several times, and the light behaved the same way each time. By now, I was puzzled and slightly uneasy. Curious but not yet alarmed, I shared this incident with a friend at my coaching institute. Skeptical, he decided to accompany me that evening. When we reached the light, I walked under it, and as before, it flickered and switched off. But when my friend passed under it, nothing happened. We repeated this experiment, and the light only reacted when I walked under it. My friend was stunned, though he dismissed it as a wiring issue. I began to feel a mix of nervousness and intrigue. Over time, I started treating this odd phenomenon as a party trick of sorts. I brought other friends to witness my special ability, and their shocked reactions amused me. Despite the humor, I couldn't shake a strange, cold sensation I felt every time I walked under the light alone. This continued for nearly 2 months, becoming a regular part of my routine. Things took a darker turn one night when I was heading to the train station to catch a late-night train to Jabalpur. Around 11 p.m., as I rode in a cycle rickshaw past the streetlight, I decided to show the rickshaw puller my trick. I confidently told him, "Watch, this light will go off when we pass under it." As expected, the light turned off when we passed and flickered back on as we moved away. Amused, I laughed, but the rickshaw puller looked pale and uneasy. He nervously said, "Bia, I think something is wrong. This isn't normal." When I asked why, he suggested that a spirit might be attached to me or the tree near the streetlight. He warned me to be cautious. Although I brushed off his warning, his words left me uneasy as I boarded my train. The following morning, I returned to Allahabad around 3 a.m. With no rickshaw available, I decided to walk home. As I approached the streetlight, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. My legs felt heavy, my breathing became labored, and a suffocating weight seemed to press down on my shoulders. I was consumed by a deep, inexplicable sadness. I couldn't take another step and collapsed on the road, weeping uncontrollably. I don't know how long I sat there, lost in despair, but I was eventually shaken out of it by a jogger. He asked if I was all right, and I mumbled something before hurriedly rushing back to my room. Once inside, I locked the door and slept for hours, trying to escape the lingering unease. The next day, I traveled to my village and shared everything with my family. Concerned, my parents arranged a puja, ritual worship, and gave me a sacred taviz amulet to wear for protection. When I returned to Allahabad, I avoided that streetlight entirely and soon moved to a different room. 3 months later, I left the city for good. Even today, the memory of that streetlight sends chills down my spine. I can't explain what happened, but I know I'll never forget the eerie connection I seemed to share with that light. My name is Shuriya, and this incident happened when I was about 11 or 12 years old. It was during the Diwali festival in November when I visited my native village. Let me give you a brief description of our house in the village. It was a modest 2-storied structure. To enter, you had to climb a set of stairs leading to a chowk, a small, raised concrete platform. From there, you'd pass through a small door followed by a larger main door. Beside the chowk was a decorative wall with small designs that allowed you to peek through to the other side. Even though we lived in the city, my family frequently visited the village. This time, for Diwali, all my cousins and relatives had gathered, making it a lively and joyous occasion. The game of hide and seek. The night we arrived, we decided to play hide and seek. It was around 9 p.m., and I was the dinner. As I searched for my cousins, I happened to glance through the decorative wall beside the chowk. To my surprise, I saw a shadowy figure on the other side. Assuming it was one of my brothers hiding, I hurried over, but there was no one there. Confused, I convinced myself that I must have imagined it, and continued playing. The eerie day. The next day felt a bit odd. As we played cricket in the courtyard, a stray cat kept making strange, unsettling noises. It cried persistently, and its behavior seemed unnatural. Despite this, we shrugged it off and continued enjoying the day. By evening, around 6 p.m., my cousins and I decided to take a walk around the village. We wandered through the quiet streets, chatting and laughing. At one point, I checked the time. It was 7:45 p.m., so we decided to head back home before it got too late. The encounter. The streets were dimly lit, with only a few houses hanging lone bulbs outside, mostly near small shops. As we turned onto the road leading to our house, I accidentally bumped into someone. I quickly said. "Sorry," and stepped aside. At first, I thought nothing of it, but then I noticed the street dogs barking furiously. Something about their behavior felt off. Curious, I turned back to look at the man I had collided with. My cousins followed me as I approached him. That's when I experienced the most chilling moment of my life. The man was walking slowly down the road, and a car approached from the opposite direction. I watched in disbelief as the car drove straight through him. It was as though he wasn't even there, completely unaffected. My blood ran cold, and fear rooted me to the spot for a moment. Then, instinct took over, and I ran as fast as I could toward our house, my heart pounding. Back home. When we reached the door, my brothers stopped me, puzzled. "Why did you suddenly start running?" one of them asked. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what I had just witnessed. I simply replied, "The wild dogs were coming after us." Even now, I get chills thinking about that night. I'll never forget what I saw, a man walking calmly through a car as though he belonged to another world. This incident happened about 30 years ago, when I was 12 years old. My family had just moved from bustling Mumbai to a small town in rural Maharashtra due to my father's job transfer. We rented a cozy first-floor apartment in a charming bungalow located on the outskirts of the town. For me, it was an exciting change, lots of open spaces and beautiful surroundings. I quickly made new friends in the neighborhood and felt right at home. The adventure wall. In our neighborhood, there was an old, unfinished bungalow that had been abandoned for many years. Locals claimed it was haunted and cursed, but as kids, we paid no attention to such stories. Instead, the bungalow's common compound wall, which separated it from our own bungalow, became a source of endless fun. It was clear the wall had been added later, as most houses in the area were separated only by temporary fencing. The compound wall became the centerpiece of our adventure wall climbing game. We'd climb it and walk along its entire length, dodging dirt, overgrown weeds, and the occasional tree branch. It felt thrilling, a real test of balance and courage. Though our parents strictly forbade us from playing this game, the prohibition only added to its allure. I had never felt scared during these climbs and always enjoyed the excitement. The fateful evening. One winter evening, while our parents were busy hosting a meeting at our home, my friends and I decided it was the perfect time to play the wall climbing game without fear of getting caught. As we took turns climbing the wall, the sky darkened into twilight. When my turn came, I felt an inexplicable sense of unease, something I'd never experienced before. Still, I didn't want to seem cowardly, so I started climbing. The deeper the darkness grew, the slower I walked along the wall. My friends teased me relentlessly, calling me a chicken. Embarrassed, I quickened my pace. But as I neared the far end of the wall, I suddenly felt a strange force push me from the other side. Completely off balance, I tumbled into the compound of the old bungalow. Fear gripped me as I hit the ground, scraping my knees. I cried out for help, but my friends didn't respond. That's when things took a darker turn. It felt as though an invisible weight was pressing me down, pinning me to the ground. I tried to get up, but I couldn't. My fear turned to panic, and I began sobbing, calling out desperately for my mother. I don't know how long I lay there, but I prayed hard, begging God to send someone to rescue me. Rescue and recovery. Eventually, one of my friend's mothers, who had stepped outside our bungalow, heard my cries and rushed to help. She climbed over to the compound and pulled me out. By the time she got me home, I was trembling, with bloody knees and tear-streaked cheeks. My parents, though clearly worried, didn't scold me for disobeying their warnings. Instead, they focused on comforting me. That night, I came down with a high fever that lasted for a week. Though I slowly recovered, the entire incident left me shaken. I vaguely remember my parents taking me to a doctor and then stopping at temples for prayers on the way back. They also arranged a special puja, prayer ceremony, at home, which they believed helped cleanse any lingering negativity around me. Aftermath. We stayed in that house for another 2 or 3 months before moving to a new place during the school holidays. None of my friends dared to play the wall climbing game again, and they all apologized for leaving me behind that evening. As for me, the incident left a deep mark. I grew wary of taking risks and developed a fear of heights that stays with me to this day. Even now, when I think back, I can't explain what happened that night, whether it was something supernatural or just a coincidence. But one thing is certain, that adventure changed me forever. It was late November 2012, during my second year of MCA at SRM University in Chennai. I lived in a rented room near what students called the back gate of the campus. The area, known as Padari, was essentially a student hub. 80% of the population were university students, while the rest were shopkeepers and house owners. There was even a small railway station connecting the suburban train line to the campus. On normal days, Padari was bustling with life, students in casual clothes, the chatter of friends, and busy tea stalls. But during semester breaks in December and June, the place transformed into a ghost town. Most students went home, leaving the streets eerily quiet, and the shops would remain shuttered. The incident I'm about to share happened around 2 to 3 a.m. on one such night in Padari. I usually went to the tea shop with friends, but that night I had to go alone. I debated skipping the trip but ultimately gave in to my craving for a cigarette. I grabbed my wallet, phone, and watch and set out. It was about a 6-minute walk to the tea shop near the 2nd Street bus stand. However, as I passed an old, non-functioning shop along the way, I felt a strange heaviness in the air, something unsettling. I ignored it and kept walking. After having my coffee and cigarette at the tea shop, I began the walk back to my room. The streets were eerily empty, and for the first time, I felt uneasy. Not because of ghosts or spirits. I wasn't one to believe in those, but because of the possibility of burglars or robbers. Still, I walked on. As I turned onto the quieter street leading to my room, everything felt normal at first. The psychedelic streetlights glowed faintly, and the cold wind brushed against me. But something about the atmosphere felt off. After walking for a minute, the streetlight nearest to me began flickering erratically, while all the other lights stayed steady. I paused, took a deep breath, and resumed walking. Then, out of nowhere, I heard the sound of something striking the metal pole of the streetlight. The sharp noise startled me, and my heart raced. Without turning back, I instinctively moved closer to the old, non-functioning shop, the same one I usually avoided. I crouched near its shutter, trying to stay calm, and waited. After a few moments, I cautiously turned my head. What I saw froze me in place. Under the flickering streetlight stood a massive, dark, gaseous figure. It had no eyes, no clear shape, just a looming, formless shadow. The world around me felt surreal, as if I couldn't tell what was real anymore. My head spun, and I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't move. It was as if the dark figure was pulling me into its grasp. I couldn't scream, couldn't think, and felt completely helpless. Even the street dogs were howling in terror. Finally, in a desperate attempt to snap myself out of it, I slammed the back of my head against the shop's metal shutter. Everything went black. The next thing I remember is waking up in my bed the following morning. I was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. At first, I convinced myself it was all just a nightmare. But when I touched the back of my head while showering, I felt a sore spot, like I'd recently hit it hard. The memory of the night came rushing back. Still confused, I decided to go back to the street where it had all happened. It was daytime now, with people around, and everything seemed perfectly normal. But the question haunted me, if it wasn't a dream, how had I made it back to my room? As I turned to walk back, something caught my eye near the old shop. It was my watch, lying on the ground exactly where I had crouched the night before. It was pouring heavily for hours. My best friend, Nitin, who had recently been selected for the state police, and I found ourselves stranded midway to Rajdari and Devdari, two famous waterfalls located about 85 kilometers from our city. These waterfalls, part of the Chandraprabha Wildlife Sanctuary, are surrounded by lush green forests, with Rajdari being the tallest at 65 meters. The serene beauty of the place had drawn us there despite Nitin's warnings about the weather. We had been planning this getaway for weeks. With 2 days off, we decided to make the most of our freedom before our busy schedules consumed us entirely. Though it was only drizzling when we started early in the morning, the rain intensified as we drove along slippery hill roads. Nervous and uncertain, we stopped the car in a seemingly safe spot, waiting for the rain to ease. It was still dark, and the desolate surroundings added an eerie touch to the situation. While chatting and joking in the car, we suddenly felt a heavy push from behind, as if someone or something had slammed into the vehicle. Startled, we jumped out to check, but there was nothing there. We dismissed it as either vibrations from nearby lightning or a minor tremor, and decided to move on when the rain slowed slightly. Disturbing encounters at the waterfall. We reached the waterfalls by 11:30 a.m., eager to enjoy our time there. The surroundings were breathtaking, but the unease lingered. The first unsettling sight was a man, possibly in his 50s, almost naked and hunched behind some rocks, eating what appeared to be raw flesh from a carcass, likely a dog. Nitin noticed him first, and the grotesque scene left us disturbed. Later, as we were preparing to leave, I saw something that froze me in my tracks. A young child, no older than 6 or 8, was sitting covered in ashes, drinking milk from a pig. My initial thought was disbelief, but the scene was so vivid. I didn't call Nitin, afraid of involving him in whatever I was witnessing. Summoning courage, I took a few steps toward the child. Suddenly, a tree branch snapped and fell right in front of me. I was stunned and paralyzed with fear. Behind me, Nitin and a few other visitors shouted and ran toward me. When they reached me, they checked if I was unharmed, and I was too shaken to respond. I glanced back to where I'd seen the child, but they were gone. A heavy feeling and unsettling visions. On the way home, I asked Nitin to drive as I felt heavy and disoriented. Once home, I took a long bath and managed to sleep soundly that night, but the unease persisted. The next morning, I noticed something strange while brushing my teeth. A small, unknown substance was coming out of my left ear. Concerned, I booked an appointment with a doctor. After an examination, the doctor sent a sample for lab testing. Though my hearing was unaffected, I felt an unusual heaviness in my chest and head. 3 days later, the results came back normal, aside from a minor infection. I was prescribed medication and hoped the symptoms would subside. That night, however, things took a darker turn. Waking up to get a glass of water, I felt an odd sensation and saw something from the corner of my eye. My own reflection, standing by the kitchen entrance. It wasn't a mirror. It was me, yet not me. As I placed the glass down, the apparition vanished. I turned to leave the kitchen but froze when I saw myself again, this time entering my mother's room. My fear rooted me in place, but I forced myself to follow. Slowly, I opened the door to find my apparition standing by my mother's bedside. It raised its hand, first pointing at her, then at me, before disappearing into thin air. The haunting silence. I was left standing in the darkness, overwhelmed by fear and a sense of impending doom. The silence was oppressive, as though it carried secrets I wasn't meant to uncover. Since that day, I've been haunted by the memory of that apparition and the strange events that began on that rainy morning. Perhaps these silences are a warning, a prelude to something waiting in the shadows. Or maybe they are an inescapable part of my destiny, tied to the mysteries of that place and the visions I cannot explain. Only time will tell if they fade away, or if they come back for me. We hailed from a small city near Goa. After spending 4 years in the bustling city of Bangalore, coming back to my hometown always felt refreshing. This incident happened shortly after I returned home to stay with my parents. My brother was preparing to move abroad, and I didn't want to leave my parents alone. At the time, our house was undergoing renovations, so we decided to temporarily move into a house right in front of our own to keep a close eye on the work. The house was a 2-story building, with a ground floor and a top floor. Growing up, my brother and I had always heard rumors from neighbors that the house was haunted. Initially, everything seemed fine. But one night, things took a strange turn. While we were all sleeping, my mom woke up suddenly, feeling an odd presence in the room. When she opened her eyes, she saw a disembodied hand, just from the elbow to the fingers, hovering near her head. Terrified, she started screaming, waking up me and my brother. We searched the room but found nothing. We tried to calm her down, but she was clearly shaken. Over the next few days, she seemed to return to normal, and things quieted down. A couple of weeks later, another unsettling incident occurred. Late at night, around 2:30 a.m., we all heard footsteps coming from the top floor. The sound was distinct, like someone struggling to walk with a stick. None of us dared to go upstairs to check, so we ignored it and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I decided to investigate. To my surprise, I found an old stick and some clothes belonging to an elderly man. When I picked up the clothes, the stick, which had been leaning against the corner, suddenly fell to the floor. Startled, I left everything as it was and hurried downstairs. The creepiest, and final, incident happened a few days later. Everyone else was asleep, but I wasn't feeling tired, so I stayed up reading a novel. At one point, I needed to use the washroom, which was located outside the house. Not wanting to disturb my mom or brother, I decided to go alone. As I stepped out of the washroom, I saw a woman standing in front of me. She was dressed in a red sari, her hair loose, and she was laughing at me. Thinking she might be a guest staying at my aunt's house next door, I smiled back politely and walked away. I returned to my room, continued reading for a while, and then fell asleep. The next morning, I asked my mom if any guests were visiting my aunt. She said there weren't any. A chill ran down my spine because there was no way anyone could have entered the washroom area. It was always locked to keep the dogs out. I described the woman's appearance to my mom and aunt. Both of them looked horrified. They told me that the woman I described matched the description of a lady who had been killed by her husband and was last seen hanging in the top floor of the same house we were staying in. Her husband, they said, had a limp and used a walking stick, just like the sound we had heard that night. After hearing this, we immediately moved out of the house and stayed elsewhere until the renovations were complete. To this day, my mom occasionally dreams of the disembodied hand she saw that night. The worst part? That house is still standing, right in front of our own. Every day, I have to see it, a constant reminder of the eerie experiences we had there. This is an incident I'll never forget. It happened during a séance my friends and I conducted, and it still gives me chills when I think about it. Let me start from the beginning. Last year, my friend Vidya and I started a small society at our college dedicated to investigating paranormal phenomena. Our first meeting led us to plan a séance at an abandoned bungalow I had written about before. The place was infamous for being haunted, with stories of eerie laughter and glowing oil lamps. Locals said the man who built the bungalow never left it, even after his death. We met at my house around 7 p.m. to prepare, gathering in Ouija board, flashlights, and candles. By 8 p.m., we set out for the bungalow. It was a chilly, windy night, perfect for our purpose. There were 5 of us, Vidya, me, 2 guys, and another girl. The streets were empty, making it easy for us to sneak in through the broken windows. The bungalow was more rundown than before. Crumbling walls and an oppressive silence greeted us. We checked the place to ensure no vagrants or animals were inside. Apart from a startled cat, it was deserted. The house was stripped of furniture, and the peeling walls gave it an air of decay and foreboding. The ground floor had a kitchen, a storeroom, and a living room, while the first floor had 2 additional rooms. Vidya sensed something in the living room, so we decided to conduct the séance there. The room was enveloped in darkness, save for the dim glow of our candles. We were already nervous, but the setting heightened our fear. The guys joked about it being the perfect slasher movie setting, but after seeing our anxious faces, they quickly fell silent. We set up the Ouija board and began the séance, asking if anyone could hear us or wanted to talk. Almost immediately, the planchette moved towards yes. None of us pushed it, we barely touched it. Thrilled, We continued asking questions, trying to learn who the spirit was and if others were present. The spirit wouldn't reveal its identity. Instead, it grew angry, repeatedly spelling out "leave" on the board. Terrified, we quickly said goodbye and ended the session. As we packed up, we all noticed the temperature drop sharply. It had been a chilly night, but now the air felt icy. Dismissing it as the wind, we tried to stay calm. Then, out of nowhere, Vidya started laughing hysterically. We froze. I had read about participants being possessed during seances, and Vidya had always been sensitive to spirits. Her laughter stopped abruptly, and she closed her eyes. For a moment, she looked serene, almost peaceful. Then she opened her eyes. Her pupils were dilated, her face expressionless, and her mouth curled into a sneer. She spoke in a voice that wasn't hers, in Marathi. "Leave this place right now, or you will be harmed." It was the warning we needed. We grabbed our candles, the board, and everything else we brought. The guys carried Vidya, who had lost consciousness. We didn't stop until we were out of the bungalow's gates. The moment we left, Vidya woke up. She was back to her senses but shaken. She told us she had seen an old man walking down the stairs during her trance. She described the possession as a violation of her mind, something she never wanted to experience again. We didn't return to the bungalow after that night. Vidya and I were convinced something malevolent resided there. When the guys suggested we go back in daylight, I firmly refused. I wanted nothing more to do with that place. Even now, I wonder what would have happened if we had stayed longer. The thought alone is enough to send shivers down my spine. That night was my first, and last, seance in that cursed bungalow. I've never been someone who believed in ghosts or the paranormal, probably because I've never experienced anything myself. But what happened to my mother changed my perspective completely. My mom works as a nurse at a hospital in Nero. This incident took place during one of her shifts last year. She had an evening shift that day, followed by a morning shift the next day. During such back-to-back shifts, she usually stays at the hospital overnight in her room, along with a colleague, instead of traveling back home late at night and returning early in the morning. That evening, she wasn't feeling well. She developed a fever during her shift, and by the time it ended at 11 p.m., she was quite sick. After informing a doctor about her condition, she quickly prayed, "She's very spiritual," and went to her room to sleep. Her roommate was on the night shift, so she was alone. Exhausted and unwell, she fell asleep almost immediately. Around 2 a.m., she was startled awake by the sound of her door creaking open. This was surprising because she always latches the door before sleeping, but she thought she might have forgotten due to her fever. She then noticed a man entering the room, dressed in a white coat with a stethoscope around his neck. Assuming he was a doctor on his rounds checking on her after hearing she was sick, she didn't think much of it at first. But then, the air in the room grew unusually cold, as if the AC had been switched on, something she knew wasn't possible. As the man approached her bed, she noticed something unsettling. His face kept changing. With every step he took, his face shifted, taking on the appearances of various people she knew, friends, colleagues, and even her family, including me. She was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or speak. Trying to rationalize, she thought she might be hallucinating because of the fever. Blinking a few times, she tried to clear her vision. When she looked again, the man had taken on a new, unfamiliar but handsome face. He stood beside her bed, silent and expressionless. Still assuming he was a doctor, she calmed herself slightly when he reached out to check her temperature by placing his hand on her neck. But then she noticed something odd. His hands were icy cold. The chill was unbearable, and when she tried to push his hand away, his other hand reached out and started choking her. Terror gripped her as she looked up at his face, which once again began shifting through the faces of her loved ones. She desperately wanted to scream but found herself unable to make a sound. That's when she remembered her rosary, which was in her bag next to the bed. Summoning all her strength, she reached for it. The moment her fingers wrapped around the rosary, the figure let out a piercing howl and vanished into thin air. Shaking, my mom grabbed the rosary and fled to her colleague's room. She burst in, breathless and trembling, and shared what had just happened. Her colleague was equally alarmed and mentioned that strange things had happened in the hospital before. Lights flickering on and off at night, unexplained noises from empty rooms, and other eerie incidents. For the rest of the night, my mom stayed in her colleague's room, too terrified to return to hers. The next morning, she applied for leave and came home. She tried to act normal, telling my dad she wasn't feeling well, but I could tell something was bothering her. When I asked, she was hesitant to share at first, not wanting to scare me. But after I insisted, she relented and told me everything. I was shocked. My mom is one of the most spiritual people I know, and for her to experience something so terrifying was hard to comprehend. Even now, my mom continues to work at that hospital, but she never leaves home without her rosary. That experience left a lasting impression on both of us. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been for her, and I've decided I never want to set foot in that hospital. Last week, my younger sister went on a trip with her friends to a place called Chikmagalur in Karnataka. They stayed at a resort called the Eagle's Eye. Before leaving, she showed me pictures of the resort, and it looked like heaven. It's located on top of a mountain in a reserve forest, where it's not uncommon to encounter wild animals like lions and tigers. She and her friends started their journey early Saturday morning around 3 a.m. in her friend's car. It's an 11-hour drive from Chennai to Chikmagalur, and they reached the resort by 4:30 p.m. Tired from the long drive, they all dozed off soon after arriving. The room they stayed in was a beautiful treehouse. However, the design of the treehouse was unique. It didn't have doors to close off the windows or balcony. Everything remained open to the elements. While it's common for monkeys to wander in, they didn't face any such issues during their stay. They woke up later, had dinner, and went back to sleep. In the middle of the night, my sister woke up with pain in her thighs. She felt uneasy, as though someone was watching her. Looking outside, she was shocked to see a man wearing a suit, tie, and coat staring directly at her. Before she could react, she heard a loud bang, and the figure disappeared. My sister is a bold girl, so she didn't dwell on it much and went back to sleep. The next morning, she told her friends about what had happened. One of them asked her to describe the man. When she did, he said the description matched someone in a photo near the reception. They all went to check, and to my sister's shock, the man in the photo was the same one she had seen. She was seeing the photo for the first time. The resort staff told them it was a picture of Mr. Moniz, the original owner of the resort, who had passed away long ago. To shake off the incident, they spent the day doing various activities like rafting and dancing. Unfortunately, because of the rain, they couldn't go trekking, so they decided to return to the treehouse and drink. My sister drinks occasionally, and so did one of her other friends, but another friend, let's call him E, hardly ever drinks. However, that night, everyone drank, and E began saying strange things. He claimed he could see people and hear voices in his head. At first, my sister thought he was just drunk and talking nonsense, but soon things took a bizarre turn. He called my sister and asked her, "Who is Velazami?" She was stunned because that was our grandfather's name, and he had passed away when I was a baby. My sister had never mentioned his name to you before. When she told him it was her granddad, he said something even stranger, that their grandfather was standing in the room with them. He then mentioned another name, Vel Morgan, and said he was also present. My sister didn't recognize the name, but he claimed Vel Morgan was one of our ancestors. Finally, he called my sister Kuda, a nickname only my mother's father used for her. He had passed away from cancer a few years ago. My sister was completely shaken. Unsure what to do, my sister started praying with her hands joined. She suddenly felt other hands over hers, hands that didn't belong to her friends. He then told her that the spirits had come to protect her. He added that they were unhappy with her for drinking. My sister promised she wouldn't drink again, and they gave her a message. They would always be there to protect our family. After that, everything went back to normal. Later, he asked what had happened, claiming he couldn't remember anything. My sister and her friends chose not to tell him. My sister is absolutely certain she never mentioned our grandfather's name or any of these details to you before that night. When she told me the story, she had tears in her eyes. It made me happy to know that our ancestors are still watching over us and protecting our family. Living by the coast, I spent most of my childhood on the beach. Summers and holidays were filled with hours of swimming and playing. One Sunday in May, I decided to stay out in the sun all day, and I ended up with a terrible sunburn. For the following week, swimming and even stepping outside were strictly forbidden. Much to my dismay, I was stuck indoors. The next evening, my parents decided to spend some time by the pool with their friends and took my younger brother along. I was 13 at the time, and my mom thought I was old enough to stay home alone for a few hours. She promised to return by sunset. I didn't mind being alone as long as it was still daylight. But as dusk turned into night, the big, sprawling house would become a source of fear for me. There was a large neem tree just outside the kitchen that always gave me an unsettling feeling. It loomed in the corner of my vision, and for reasons I couldn't explain, it made me uneasy. That night, I turned on every light downstairs and anxiously waited for my parents to come back. At one point, I went into the kitchen to grab a glass of water. The night was hot and still, not even a whisper of wind. Suddenly, I heard the neem tree shaking violently. Startled, I left my drink on the counter and stepped outside to investigate. Our street was eerily quiet, even my neighbors were out. Chanting prayers under my breath, I cautiously walked toward the streetlight. My eyes drifted to the incinerator in the corner of the yard. Earlier that evening, I had thoroughly extinguished the fire there by covering every spark with sand. It had been out since 5:30 p.m. Yet, as I stared at it, the incinerator suddenly burst into flames. The fire shot up 4 feet high, its flames licking the garage wall. I was frozen in place, staring at the fire in disbelief. The flames seemed to grow higher and then shrink, only to rise again. I feared the garage wall would be scorched black. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the fire vanished. There was no trace of it, no embers, no marks. Convincing myself it was my imagination, I went back inside. But the prayers I'd been chanting didn't seem to help. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The house felt suffocatingly still, and I found myself staring nervously at the front gate. My heart pounded in my chest as my mind raced. Then I heard rustling leaves. It sounded as though the branches of the neem tree were being shaken violently. The night remained dead calm, with no breeze to explain the noise. Reluctantly, I turned to look at the tree. It was completely still. Yet the sound continued, as if the leaves were moving. My eyes slowly traveled upward, and there, at the top of the neem tree, I saw a small, shadowy figure. It was shaking the tree with all its might. Suddenly, it turned its head toward me. My blood ran cold. I was so terrified I couldn't decide whether to run or stay frozen in place. My heart raced, and a chill ran down my spine. My entire body was covered in goosebumps. Then, headlights appeared at the top of the street, heading toward me. Relief surged through me as the vehicle stopped in front of me. It was my father's Jeep. My mom stepped out and immediately noticed how shaken I was. Trembling, I told her everything I had experienced. She listened sympathetically, knowing about similar experiences I had in the past. The next morning, I rushed to inspect the incinerator. Equipped with a magnifying glass, I examined every inch of the grid and the surrounding area. The walls weren't scorched, and the garbage had been reduced to ashes with no signs of a fire having occurred. When the maids came to work, I shared my story with them. They told me that neem trees are believed to be homes for jinns. Their words only fueled my unease. I pestered my dad relentlessly to cut the neem tree down. After much debate and convincing, he finally agreed. Once the tree was gone, the strange experiences stopped. Even now, I can't explain what happened that night. I still don't know if it was a jinn or something else entirely. But one thing's for sure, I'll never forget it. I'm Kanwar Avishek Singh Garwal, a screenplay writer from Jamshedpur. I spent 15 years working for a renowned German multinational in their IT division. The company is a household name worldwide, so it needs no introduction. Over those years, I worked in various offices across Munich, Frankfurt, Ulm, Melbourne, Delhi/NCR, and Kolkata. This story takes place in their Kolkata office, where I spent several years before leaving the organization a few months ago. The Kolkata office had an old, ordinary layout with 4 floors. Each floor was divided into 2 wings, west and east, separated by a common area. Between the wings, there was a closet housing the power distribution panel, AC controls, and firefighting equipment. Past the closet, you'd find a staircase on the left and an elevator on the right. Moving further, there were washrooms, ladies on one side and gents on the other, leading to the east wing. Opposite the washrooms were the pantry, network switch rooms, and IT storage for old servers and PCs. The office had been built in the mid-90s, and my team and I sat in the 4th floor west wing. In the summer of 2014, we were running a project for a client in Western Europe. Because of the time zone differences, we often stayed late to support deployment and testing. One such day happened to be Eid, a public holiday. The office was nearly deserted, no housekeeping staff, no pantry services, and only a skeleton crew of security personnel. Outside, even most restaurants were shut, except for a small tea kiosk nearby. My team had been in the office since 10 a.m. without a break, so by 7 p.m., we decided to step out for tea. One of the developers, an older, no-nonsense colleague, asked if I wanted to join. I told him to go ahead and that I'd join them after wrapping up a conference call. The group split, with 6 or 7 heading to the tea kiosk. M and another team member, K, decided to stop by the washroom before going downstairs. Just as I was about to get up and leave, M and K returned, looking confused and a little shaken. They said they'd come downstairs with me instead. I didn't think much of it until, once outside, they insisted on using the public urinal across the road instead of the office washroom. Annoyed, I asked what was going on. That's when M shared what had happened. As they passed the ladies' washroom, they decided to check the pantry opposite it to see if the coffee machine was working. While they were fiddling with the machine, they heard the sound of someone crying inside the ladies' washroom. It wasn't just a faint sound, it was intense, as though someone was in great pain. Unnerved, they had immediately come back to the work area where I was. I found it hard to believe but decided to check it out myself. Back in the office, we checked the manual entry register at the reception. On regular days, employees would swipe their proximity cards to enter, but on holidays, a register was kept for manual entries. The only names in the register were from our team. Nobody else had entered the office that day. We went back to work, finished by 9 p.m., and left. A few days later, on Saturday evening, something else happened. While some employees were still in the office, most had left by 6 p.m. Around 8 p.m., there was a commotion near the common area by the staircase and washrooms. This time, 3 or 4 colleagues reported hearing the sound of someone sweeping the floors on the ground level near the reception. The sound was distinct, the swishing noise of a traditional broom made from coconut palm sticks, commonly used in rural India. The security guards dismissed their claims, saying no one was sweeping at that hour. But my colleagues insisted they'd heard it clearly. Frustrated, we summoned the head of security. He listened to our story, barely interested, and casually told us, "Sir, we hear such noises every night. Sometimes it's sweeping, sometimes the sound of desks or iron cabinets being dragged, but when we check, there's no one there. We also hear doors opening, but they're all secured by electronic latches that can only be unlocked with proximity cards." His response left us speechless. Later, we heard an unconfirmed rumor that the land on which the office was built had been purchased at a very low price because it used to be a Muslim burial ground. To this day, I can't explain what we experienced, but it's something none of us will ever forget. I was sleeping in my room when a sound woke me up. It was almost 3 a.m. I got up and went to the hall. The room was dimly lit by moonlight streaming through the window, and that's when I noticed a figure sitting on the sofa. I froze in fear and quickly switched on the light. To my shock, it was my grandpa. I couldn't believe it because he had been living at my uncle's house in Kolkata for the past 2 years. If he were planning to visit us, he would have informed us. And how did he get inside? The door was locked, and he didn't even know this address because we had moved after he went to Kolkata. He didn't have any bags with him either. All these questions raced through my mind, leaving me terrified. He sat there silently, without moving. I walked closer, confused, and asked, "Hey, Dadu, how are you? Why didn't you tell us you were coming? We would have picked you up." He looked at me, smiled, stood up, kissed my forehead, and said, "Take care." Just then, my phone rang. It was my cousin, Enakshi, calling from Kolkata. I told Grandpa, "Look, they're probably calling to confirm if you've reached." I picked up the call, and Enakshi was crying. Worried, I asked her what had happened. She said, "Sonai, my nickname, Grandpa is no more." I turned around, and Grandpa was gone. The room was empty. My hands were trembling, and I couldn't speak. I dropped my phone and screamed, "Mom!" My parents and younger brother came running, asking what had happened. I handed the phone to my mom, who heard the news and told my dad. Both of them started crying. The next day, my dad booked tickets, and we flew to Kolkata. I was still in shock and couldn't process what had happened. My mom sensed something was off with me, but she didn't ask at the time. When we reached my uncle's house, we completed all the rituals. That day, everyone was on edge because it was March 7th, the same date Grandma had passed away 17 years earlier. That night, we all slept in one room. Suddenly, around midnight, my uncle heard a cracking sound. He went to check and found that the fish aquarium had broken. As he was cleaning up, we all heard another sound, coins jingling, as if someone was walking with pockets full of them. This was something Grandpa used to do. We gathered in the hall, confused and scared. Then my younger brother pointed to the kitchen and said, "Look, a white man." We turned and saw what looked like a light fog moving in the kitchen. The jingling sound came from the same direction. We could see through the fog, but before we could react, it disappeared with a faint puff. We were certain it was Grandpa. None of us could sleep that night. The next morning, we flew back to Mumbai. During the flight, my mom asked me why I had been awake so late the night Grandpa passed away. I told her everything about what had happened. She stared at me, wide-eyed, but didn't say anything. A few months later, we got a call from my uncle. He had been in a car accident and had fractured his left hand and leg. He explained that he was traveling for work when a truck tried to overtake him on a narrow road. He moved aside to let the truck pass, but it vanished. Confused, he looked ahead, and suddenly the same truck appeared and hit his car. The left side of the car was destroyed, but since he was on the right, he survived with minor injuries. We couldn't help but think Grandpa was trying to protect him. On my 18th birthday, I received a parcel. It was left outside our door, addressed to me. I was surprised because I had never received a parcel before. The label read, "From your beloved." I opened it to find a heart-shaped pendant. My mom grabbed it from my hands, shocked. I asked her why she was so surprised. She told me, "This pendant was meant to be given to you by your grandparents on your 18th birthday. Grandpa bought it after you were born, planning to gift it to you. But we lost it during the move to Mumbai. We searched everywhere and thought it had been stolen because it's made of real gold." Hearing this left me speechless. How could the pendant have found its way back to me? That birthday was a mix of joy, surprise, and fear. I still feel my grandparents' presence sometimes, but I'm no longer scared. I know they're watching over us and would never harm me. We were a joint family consisting of my grandpa, mom, dad, uncle, dad's elder brother, aunt, uncle's wife, and my 1-month-old cousin sister, uncle's daughter. my grandma passed away from a heart attack at the age of 45. She had a condition that made it hard for her to walk. She used to drag her leg and move slowly. After her death, everyone in the family was deeply saddened, especially my mom, who had a very close bond with her. In our culture, it's believed that the soul of a deceased person stays on earth until their first death anniversary. We were warned to be cautious for a year. But after the rituals were completed, strange things started happening that very night. Everyone was asleep when my aunt suddenly woke up screaming and crying. Startled, we all rushed to her room and asked what had happened. She said Grandma had come to her room, grabbed her hand, and asked, "Why didn't you make my favorite sweet rasgulla?" before disappearing. My aunt's wrist had visible red marks, as if someone had held her tightly. Following our rituals, my mom advised her to prepare the sweets and leave them by a river or pond as an offering. My aunt did this the next day, and Grandma didn't appear to her again. A few months later, my grandpa had a similar experience. He came out of his room in a panic, his chest marked with scratches. He said Grandma had appeared, smiling at him, along with Jimmy, our dog who had passed away 3 days before her. Grandpa claimed Jimmy had scratched him while playing. While he was explaining, we heard a voice, Grandma calling out, "Jimmy!" followed by the sound of a dog barking. Everyone froze. We searched the house thoroughly but found nothing. That night, we all stayed in one room, wide awake. In February 1998, I was born. One morning, the house was quiet. My grandpa, dad, and uncle were at work, and my aunt had taken my cousin's sister to the market. It was just my mom and me at home. I was awake, playing with toys, while my mom was in the kitchen. Suddenly, she heard someone singing softly. Alarmed, she ran to the bedroom and froze. She saw Grandma sitting beside me, gently patting my chest and singing a lullaby. When Grandma noticed my mom, she smiled and vanished. Shaken, my mom told everyone about it. They hoped these incidents would stop after Grandma's first death anniversary. On March 7, 1998, we performed all the rituals for her first death anniversary. Everyone felt relieved, believing her soul was finally at peace. But they were wrong. That evening, my uncle was returning from the market on his bike when a truck lost control and headed straight toward him. Just as the truck was about to hit him, someone pulled him to the side of the road. The truck missed him and crashed. The truck driver came over, visibly shaken, and asked if my uncle was okay. He told my uncle, "If that woman hadn't pulled you, you would have been hit." When my uncle asked what the woman looked like, the driver described someone in a yellow sari who walked with difficulty. My uncle immediately knew it was Grandma. Later that night, my mom heard the familiar sound of footsteps, Grandma's distinctive dragging gait. Lying in bed, my mom whispered, "Mom, please let me sleep." The sound stopped. Smiling, my mom thanked her and went to sleep. She never mentioned this to anyone. My dad, who was the closest to Grandma, often felt someone gently running their hands through his hair at night. He knew it was her and only shared this with my mom. Eventually, my grandpa decided to sell the house, and we moved. Grandpa, my parents, and I relocated to Mumbai, while my uncle's family went to Kolkata. We had lived in Durgapur before. Years passed, but her presence never left us. In 9th grade, something happened that I'll never forget. One evening, I was returning home with friends, Rohan, Afreen, and Zihan, when Pyle called me from across the road. I started crossing the road but froze midway. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Grandma was standing there, smiling, with tears in her eyes. She softly whispered, "Sonat," my nickname. My friends were yelling at me to move because a car was speeding toward me, but I couldn't hear them. I was paralyzed. Grandma came closer, took my hand, and pulled me safely to the other side. The car driver, staring at me in disbelief, drove away. I kept looking at Grandma as she kissed my forehead. Pyle ran to me, asking if I was okay. I turned to look at Grandma again, but she was gone. When I got home, I told my mom what had happened. Tears filled her eyes as she told me. "Today is her 16th death anniversary. I went to Grandma's photo, whispered, "Thank you for protecting me. I love you," and cried. Even in death, Grandma never stopped protecting us. She couldn't do much while alive because of her illness, but she watches over us even now. She will always be with us. I'm a very logical, realistic person, and I don't usually believe in superstitions. But there are a few spooky incidents from my life that I still can't explain. When I was 17, I was undergoing training at a government-run industrial training institute, IDI. I attended college in the mornings and went to IDI from 2:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. The IDI was about 12 kilometers from my home, and I would commute daily by train, catching the last train home at 9:20 p.m. Luckily, the railway station was very close to the ITI. One summer evening in March, all my co-trainees left early to catch the 7 p.m. train, leaving just me and the instructor in the class. I had some work to finish on the machines, so I stayed back while my teacher sat nearby, watching me work. Suddenly, the power went out. The whole place plunged into pitch-black darkness, and my machines shut down. My teacher mentioned he had candles in the main office cupboard and went to fetch them. I tried using my torch, but it wasn't working, adding to my frustration. In the stifling summer heat, I sat near the machines, waiting for the power to return. A few minutes later, my teacher came back with candles and lit them, which brought some relief. I moved to a chair opposite him while he took out some wafers from his bag and started eating. Then, out of nowhere, we heard a chilling noise coming from the nearby changing room, a deep, haunting sound. It was faint at first, like someone groaning in pain. Both of us froze and looked toward the changing room. The sound grew louder and more distinct, repeating over and over. It was terrifying, as if someone was dying and suffering. We were both paralyzed with fear, unable to move or speak. The sound continued for about 15 minutes. Neither of us dared to run since the main gate was about 100 meters away, and it was pitch dark outside. The area around the ITI was known for being unsafe, full of slums and potential thieves. So, we sat there like statues, utterly terrified, listening to that unearthly groaning. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the electricity came back. The fans, lights, and machines started working again, bringing a sense of life back to the building. Gathering some courage, we decided to check the changing room. We turned on the light and carefully looked around, but there was nothing, just an old, empty cupboard standing in the corner. Still shaken, we shut down all the machines, collected our belongings, and left the ITI. After switching off the main power, we walked together to the station. Sitting on a bench, I drank some water to calm my nerves. Then I asked my teacher about the sound. At first, he stayed quiet, but after a few moments, he spoke in a low voice. 3 years ago, he began. A student suddenly screamed and collapsed in that changing room. He died on the spot. Since then, people have heard strange noises coming from that room, especially at night. Hearing this made my blood run cold. After that incident, I never stayed late at the IDI again. I always tried to finish my work before evening. Even now, I can't forget that horrifying sound and how helpless and scared I felt that night. My grandfather had a very strange and terrifying experience in the 1980s in rural India. My grandparents lived in a small town called Damahani near Jalpaiguri, in a house made of tin and bricks. Across from their front door was another house, always closed and shrouded in mystery. A reclusive widow lived there, rarely interacting with anyone in the village. This woman had a serious problem. She was prone to possession. In India, it's believed that people born under certain astrological signs are more likely to have supernatural encounters. Unfortunately, this poor woman was one of them. Every night, horrifying screams would echo from her house. Unearthly, tormented cries could be heard behind the locked doors, but nobody knew what was happening inside. One night, the screams became unbearable. They were louder, more tortured than ever before. Dual voices, gurgling noises, and high-pitched shrieks filled the air. The villagers couldn't ignore it any longer. With fire torches in hand, they had no electricity back then, they gathered at her door. The screams intensified as they stood there, filling the night with a terrifying energy. One of the strongest men kicked the door repeatedly until it finally gave way. As the door creaked open, the screams stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was even more unsettling. The villagers, trembling with fear, turned to my grandfather for leadership since he was one of the elders. My grandfather, holding his torch high, stepped inside cautiously. The dim light illuminated only a small area at a time, so he moved slowly, step by step. Then they heard it, a sickening noise. A wet, crunching, gurgling sound. Everyone froze in place. Turning the torch toward the source of the noise, my grandfather saw her. She was sitting in a corner, her clothes soaked in blood, her hair wild and unkempt. The overpowering stench of filth and decay hit them all at once. She was gnawing on the raw carcass of a young hen, tearing its flesh with her teeth. Blood and guts dripped from her mouth as she devoured the bird with unnatural ferocity. Suddenly, she stopped and looked directly at my grandfather. Her feverish yellow eyes and ash-gray pupils bore into him. My grandfather could never forget those eyes. Before he could react, she lunged at him with inhuman speed and bit him hard on his thigh. My grandfather woke up screaming, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. It was just a nightmare, or so he thought. As he reached for the jug of water on his bedside table, he felt a sting in his thigh. Confused, he lit his oil lamp and inspected his leg. To his horror, there it was, a distinct greenish bite mark, exactly where the woman had attacked him in the dream. When he told the villagers, they were horrified. Holy rituals were performed to ward off the negative energy. From that point on, the villagers avoided the house entirely, both during the day and especially after sunset. Over time, the screams gradually stopped, and eventually, the widow passed away. Her mutilated body was discovered inside the house, and the authorities removed it. To cleanse the area, the villagers demolished and burned the house, performing traditional rituals to calm any lingering spirits. Even though the house is gone, the memory of that terrifying night stayed with my grandfather for the rest of his life. Though he is no longer with us, I can't help but shudder every time I think about that woman, especially her haunting eyes. In 2013-14, I was working for a hospitality company that owned several luxury resorts across India. My job required frequent travel to these properties, which were often located in remote and scenic areas, far from localities. While beautiful during the day, these resorts could feel eerie at night, especially when guest occupancy was low. Rumors of paranormal activities circulated at almost every resort, but most of them were just stories. Management strictly discouraged spreading such rumors to avoid affecting business. However, a few resorts had incidents that couldn't be explained, and one of them gave me an unforgettable experience. This resort was in northeastern India, near a famous national park. After the company purchased the property, staff from various departments visited to prepare it for operations. I was sent to oversee tasks for my department. Being a nature lover, I was excited about the opportunity. The first few days were pleasant. I explored the area, went on forest safaris, and admired the scenic surroundings. But soon, my work began as vendors arrived to deliver supplies. The property was large and bordered the forest. It stretched almost a kilometer from the front gate to the back. Near the entrance were the reception, restaurant, main kitchen, storage rooms, and offices, including the general manager's cabin. Further inside were the security office and a swimming pool. Past the pool was a vast lawn with guest rooms on either side, ending at the housekeeper's office and laundry area. Beyond this point, there was a pond and the staff quarters where I was staying. A narrow lane connected the guest area to the staff quarters, with the pond on one side and a line of trees on the other. One day, I had to visit a nearby city for work. By the time I returned to the resort, it was midnight. I reported to the security office and began walking toward the staff quarters. Since there were no guests that night, most of the landscape lights were off to save electricity. and only a few dim lights were on. As I passed the housekeeper's office, I borrowed a torch because the lane ahead was completely dark. The lane was about 250 meters long, and the only sound I could hear was my own footsteps. When I was almost at the end of the lane, near the pond and a large jamun tree, I suddenly heard something heavy fall onto the dry grass behind me, to my left. Startled, I stopped and shone the torchlight around, thinking it might be a snake, as snakes often wandered into the resort from the forest. I searched thoroughly but found nothing. Relieved, I resumed walking. But after a few steps, I heard another sound, footsteps crunching on the dry grass, as though someone was following me. They seemed to come from just behind me, on my left. My heart raced, and I turned the torch in that direction, but there was no one there. Despite the fear creeping in, I kept walking. The footsteps followed me until I reached the first staff quarter, where I finally turned around to look again. There was nothing. The sound had stopped. The next morning, I went to the general manager and told him what had happened. He listened attentively but told me not to discuss the incident with anyone else. He seemed concerned but didn't explain why. Over time, more people reported strange experiences in different areas of the resort. Security guards became so scared that they started patrolling the property in pairs, refusing to go alone at night. Although I never experienced anything like that again, the memory of that night still haunts me. It's a reminder that some places hold mysteries we may never fully understand. I grew up in Bombay, now called Mumbai, but this incident took place in the summer of 1991 in a small village called Kaver, near Alibag in Maharashtra. Back then, there were no proper roads to the village, just a narrow path made by the villagers. It was lined with peepal trees on both sides and had no streetlights. The path was believed to be haunted, as it was said that spirits lived in peepal trees. Cutting one of these trees was considered a curse that could bring death within days. Hardly anyone used that path after dusk. I was about 11 or 12 years old when my family traveled to Alibag for my maternal aunt's wedding. Relatives from both sides of the family had gathered, but my siblings and I weren't very close to them, so we mostly kept to ourselves. We stayed with my mom's cousin, who lived with his wife and their 16-year-old daughter, Alka, name changed. They were farmers and didn't own a TV, so as city kids, we were bored out of our minds. Our only entertainment was watching the buffaloes in the shed. The first few days passed uneventfully, but one evening, just before the wedding ceremony, something strange happened. My uncle, Mom's brother, and Alka had gone to the next village. When they returned, Alka was acting very strangely. At first, we didn't think much of it, and went back to what we were doing. Then, suddenly, her father began hitting her with a long bamboo stick, yelling that she was possessed. Everyone stopped what they were doing and rushed to see what was happening. Some people managed to stop him from hitting her any further, and went to fetch a local woman known for performing exorcisms. She was said to have the power to call upon a goddess to help drive out spirits. The exorcist arrived and asked for some items needed for the ritual, like sindoor, vermilion powder, and sweets. Alka was taken to a room, and everyone else was told to stay outside, no matter what. All of us kids crowded near the door and windows, eager to see what would happen. Inside, the woman sat on the floor and made Alka sit opposite her. Alka looked terrifying. Her eyes were bloodshot, her hair was loose and wild, and she seemed completely out of control. The exorcist began the ritual, calling upon the goddess to enter her body. She then started asking Alka questions, but at first, there was no response. Eventually, Alka started answering. When asked who she was, she said her name was Gunji, and that she was from the next village. When asked why she was here, Gunji said she wanted to see her children, who were living in the Patil's, village chief's house. She said it had been a long time since she'd seen them. Suddenly, Alka got up and tried to run out of the room, but the men standing outside caught her and brought her back. Gunji kept pleading, saying she just wanted to see her children. The exorcist told her she could see her children, but not while she was in Alka's body. Gunji refused, saying she liked Alka's body and wanted to keep it. This struggle went on for nearly an hour, with Alka becoming violent and trying to escape multiple times. It took several men to hold her down. In the end, Gunji agreed to leave if she was given a red sari and a live chicken, which had to be left at the peepal tree. The exorcist asked how they would know she had left, and Gunji replied that the lime tree outside the house would break as soon as she departed. The sari and chicken were quickly arranged and taken to the peepal tree by some men. After they returned and said it was done, there was a loud snap, and the lime tree outside the house broke in half. Alka collapsed, unconscious. Her mother and some women gave her a cleansing bath before putting her to rest in a room. Later, Alka cried, saying her body hurt, likely from the beating she had received earlier. The other kids were too scared to go near her, but I felt sorry for her and sat beside her, massaging her hands and legs. I was scared too, but I couldn't leave her alone. We left the village a few days later, and I never saw Alka again. I heard years later that she had passed away after a prolonged illness. I often think about Gunji and wonder if she ever got to see her children. Even though I never knew her, I've always felt a strange empathy for that unknown woman. This incident happened to me about 7 years ago and remains one of the most unforgettable paranormal experiences I've ever had. Back then, I was a fearful child who believed there was always a monster hiding under my bed, waiting to harm me or take me away from my mother. While nothing of the sort had ever happened, one particular night proved to be an exception. At that time, my family lived in Arunachal Pradesh, and my maternal uncle's wedding was being held in a village in Assam. My uncle's family had recently moved to an isolated part of the village, far from most other houses. There were only 4 homes nearby, including my aunt's house and her in-laws' residence. The area felt remote and eerie, surrounded by silence. The night before the wedding, everyone was busy with preparations, and I was excited after spending the day playing with my cousins. By 8 p.m., my cousins went to sleep at my aunt's house, which was about 30 steps away from my uncle's home. My uncle's family was still settling into the new place, so their house was a simple hut with a tin roof, and construction for a concrete house was ongoing. I stayed up until 11 p.m., reluctant to sleep despite feeling tired. My mother finally asked me to go to bed, so I agreed and decided to sleep at my aunt's house, where my cousins were. When we reached the house, my 3 cousins were already fast asleep in one bed. There wasn't enough space for me, so I had to sleep on another bed across the room. My mother stayed with me until I fell asleep. At some point in the night, I woke up to a strange sound coming from outside. At first, it sounded like groaning, as if someone was in pain. It felt unsettling, especially since there weren't many houses in the area, and most people were at the wedding. The groaning stopped for a moment, and I felt a bit relieved. But then it started again, followed by the sound of heavy boots walking. The noises kept changing, groaning, jingling, the sound of a pump well being worked. It was terrifying. I wanted to scream but held back, thinking, what if it hears me? What if it comes inside to hurt me? I was drenched in sweat despite the cold December air. The sounds didn't stop, and my fear kept growing. My cousins were all sleeping soundly, unaware of the strange noises. I decided I couldn't stay alone any longer and convinced myself to run to their bed. But to reach them, I had to cross 7 steps, with the door in between. Summoning all my courage, I ran across the room and jumped into their bed, trembling and praying silently. The sounds outside grew even uglier, but eventually, I drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I shared what had happened, but no one believed me. They laughed it off as a child's imagination. On the wedding night, most of the men and relatives had gone to the bride's house, leaving only a few old women and the kids at the groom's home. Despite the quieter atmosphere, we were enjoying ourselves with music and dancing. My cousins suggested we get more music discs from their house. At first, I refused, especially since it was already 11:30 p.m., but they teased me so much that I finally agreed. As we walked toward their house, My cousins joked that the ghost from last night must have liked me and wanted to dance with me at the wedding. I laughed nervously but couldn't shake my unease. After a few steps, we saw something that made us freeze in our tracks. A smoke-like figure under the moonlight. It wasn't very dark, so we could make out its shape. It looked like two figures dressed in white dodas. I stopped my cousins from walking any further. We couldn't tell exactly what it was, but the figures began moving toward us, picking up speed with every step. That's when we ran for our lives, not daring to look back. By the time we reached the house, our terrified faces said everything. An imam was called to help. He gave us some special water to drink and tied tabis, amulets, around our necks for protection. Later, he explained that I, being a Libra, might be more sensitive to paranormal activities, which could explain why I had heard the strange sounds the night before. In August 2014, my family was going through a financial crisis, so we moved from Nariman Point to Navi Mumbai, settling in a flat in Shraddha apartment, G. Nagar. The moment I saw the building, I felt uneasy. It was dark and gloomy, both outside and inside. The stairwell had only one light, and the entire place felt eerie. Despite our hesitation, we took the flat because it was offered at a very low rent. Even the owner hadn't visited the building in 5 years, and it had been vacant for over a decade before people began moving in. On our first day in the flat, I felt as though someone was watching me. I brushed it off as nerves from moving into a new place. That evening, I went to borrow a mobile charger from a neighbor. To my surprise, they refused to help and slammed the door after hearing I was the new tenant. Soon, we realized the whole floor was avoiding us, and even the watchman wouldn't speak to us. Something about the flat didn't feel right. That night, after dinner, we all went to sleep. My brother and sister-in-law slept in one room, while my mom, sister, niece, and I slept in the hall. Around 2 a.m., I woke up and noticed someone walking in the kitchen. Thinking it was my sister-in-law, I called her name, but there was no response. Gathering my courage, I went to the kitchen to check, but no one was there. I started shaking with fear and quickly got back under the blanket. Then the worst happened. Someone touched my feet and told me to come out of the blanket. Terrified, I slowly uncovered my face, and there she was. A young woman, around 23 or 24 years old, sat near my feet. She was wearing a white kurti. Her hair was loose, one eye was covered with hair, and her other eye was completely white, with no pupil. She spoke softly, asking me to give her back one of her eyes. I was paralyzed with fear and fainted. The next morning, I couldn't bring myself to tell my family. I avoided the kitchen and even the washroom, using the public toilet outside the building. That day, I noticed a name scratched on the inside of the toilet door, Seema. The name gave me goosebumps, and I avoided staying alone in any part of the flat. Over the next 2 days, I saw her again. She moved around the house, sitting in the kitchen and silently watching my family. Strangely, she didn't harm anyone. My niece, who was too young to understand, told my sister that he saw an angel flying in the house. My sister dismissed it as his imagination, but she and my mom also felt a presence in the flat. On the 4th day, my mom and sister shared their experiences with me. They told me they wanted to leave the house as soon as possible. When I told them about the horrifying night I had, they were shocked, as my sister-in-law and mother had seen the same woman before. That night, filled with fear, we gathered near a Ganpati idol we had placed near the door. But staying in the flat felt unbearable. My mom decided we should leave immediately and stay at my granny's house. We packed a few things and prepared to leave. While locking the door, my mom's sari got stuck. She was so scared that she tore it off and ran out. We reached Gurgaon Chowpatty and waited in a Ganpati pandal until the rain stopped. The next morning, we went to our granny's house. Later that day, we returned to the flat to pack our belongings. To our horror, the bedsheets and pillows we had neatly arranged were thrown around, and the windows, which were very hard to open, were wide open. While packing, we found a large gunny bag in the kitchen. Every time we tried to touch it, something felt off. We would lose our balance and fall. None of us could bring ourselves to open it. That day, our tempo arrived late due to unexpected delays. My cousins came to help but started teasing the ghost by calling her name, saying, "Seema, I love you," and "Seema, marry me." Suddenly, the only staircase light broke, and the building lost power. My brother saw her on the stairs, calling his name. One cousin felt someone snatch his phone from his mouth while he was carrying luggage. Another felt a cold hand on his shoulder. Everyone was terrified as we left the building for good. We never went back to that flat. The experience left us so shaken that we didn't watch horror movies for 6 months. I fell sick, my mom developed a serious illness, and my brother suffered a heavy business loss. However, the ghost never followed us after we left. We later learned about Seema from the watchman. Her story was tragic, but it's too painful for me to share. To this day, I shiver when I think about that flat and what might have been inside that gunny bag. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. About 7 years ago, I had one of the most unsettling experiences with the unknown. My mom and I traveled to India to sell our farmland to the highway authority, as they had acquired the land to expand the coastal roads. We planned to stay one night at the farm before completing the deal. The farmland had a 2-bedroom villa surrounded by teakwood trees. The back of the property opened up to a beach, with the shoreline just 10 meters beyond the last tree. It was a beautiful but isolated place. When empty, it could feel hauntingly quiet and depressing. Along with my mom, I went with my uncle, his family, my aunt and 4 cousins, whom we'll call A, B, C, and D, and my friend. The housekeeper had prepared the villa for our arrival and sent his family away to make space for us. We reached the farm around 11 a.m. and had a big lunch. Since there were no shops nearby, the closest one was 20 kilometers away, we decided to stock up on snacks. Afterward, we spent nearly 7 hours playing in the sand and sea. By the time we returned, we were exhausted. We had dinner and split up to sleep. My friend and I decided to sleep on the terrace with my uncle. It was a serene night, with the soothing sound of waves and the bright moonlight overhead. However, around midnight, I heard the sound of footsteps on dry leaves. I looked around but saw my uncle and friend sleeping. Too tired to investigate, I ignored it, but the sound grew louder, as if someone was running through the woods. I woke my friend and asked if he could hear it too. He confirmed that he could, and we both turned to wake my uncle, only to find that he was gone. Confused, we scanned the area from the terrace and spotted him running in the farmland. He kept looking back as if something was chasing him. We grabbed a torch and rushed to help. The moment we stepped out of the villa, the silence became eerie. The sound of the waves, the rustling of leaves, everything was gone. We held hands and ran toward my uncle, who was waving at us, his face filled with fear. When we reached him, we saw scratches on his shoulder, as if made by sharp nails, and a red slap mark on his back. He told us someone had been chasing him. I screamed to alert the others, and soon, everyone except Cousin A gathered at the front door. My mom, sensing something was terribly wrong, began chanting prayers and led us toward the gate. Then we heard a growl behind us. Turning around, we saw something horrifying. A was there, but he wasn't himself. He was on all fours, growling and crawling toward us. My mom's chanting grew louder, but A's growls intensified. She told us he was possessed and instructed us to lock the gate to prevent him from escaping. Fear consumed me as I tried to grab his legs, but he kicked me so hard that I thought my thigh bone might break. He punched me in the stomach, and I collapsed, terrified and humiliated. I had wet my pants out of sheer fear and pain. With help from my friend, we managed to pin him down. Everyone joined in to tie his hands and move him inside the house. My mom admitted she didn't know how to handle this and said we needed a professional exorcist. The housekeeper suggested someone from his village, but it was a 10-hour drive away. Left with no choice, my uncle, the housekeeper, and I set off to find help. After much pleading, a sage from the village agreed to come with us. He refused any payment, saying it was against his beliefs, but asked us to donate to a temple if his efforts were successful. We returned 2 days later to find us still tied up in a room. He hadn't eaten or slept and had been growling continuously. The moment the sage entered, he became violent, biting the wooden bed until his teeth broke and blood oozed from his mouth. The sage calmly drew a line around himself, lit candles, and began chanting. I growled and screamed, but the sage didn't stop. After a while, he began speaking in an ancient dialect, cursing and abusing loudly. My mom asked us to cover our ears as the words were disturbing. The sage eventually confronted the spirit, asking it what it wanted. The spirit claimed it was someone who had died at the beach years ago and wanted to live through A's body. When the sage insisted it leave, the spirit revealed its darker intent. It was there to kill someone. The sage continued chanting, forcing the spirit out. A fainted, and the sage carried him to bathe him and applied holy powders to his forehead. After cleansing the villa, we took A to a temple and tied a holy thread around his wrist. The sage explained that the spirit was a powerful demon, a Chothan, trying to completely possess A. He admitted he had initially refused to help because he feared it might harm his recently married daughter. Thankfully, nothing terrible happened to his family. We sold the farmland soon after, relieved to be rid of it. Today, the land has been transformed into a highway, but the memory of that night remains etched in my mind. It completely changed how I view the unseen world. While I used to dismiss such stories, I now know better. In May 2015, my friends and I were excited to attend a college friend's wedding in Nashik, Maharashtra. She was part of our close group, and her family had booked a lawn for the wedding guests. We left from Dadar station in Mumbai a day before the wedding. It was a 6-hour train journey, and we were all having fun. My boyfriend was with us too, which made me even happier. When we reached Nashik, we visited the lawn where the wedding was being held. It was crowded, and the rooms available were very limited and had dirty toilets. We decided to find a nearby hotel instead. After meeting the bride and spending some time with her, we went out to search for a hotel that fit our budget. After checking a few options, we finally found a non-AC room that wasn't too expensive. It wasn't the best place, but we decided it would do for one night. After resting for a couple of hours, we went out for dinner and then attended the pre-wedding ceremonies. We enjoyed the Sangeet and Haldi functions, dancing, laughing, and having drinks. By the time we returned to the hotel, everyone was tired and ready to rest. We all settled into the room, but as friends do, we started talking and joking around. My boyfriend began telling ghost stories to scare us. By around 1:30 a.m., most of my friends had fallen asleep. At around 2 a.m., I woke up and needed to use the bathroom. One of my friends had gone in earlier and hadn't come out. I waited for 2 hours before he finally emerged, looking disturbed. When I asked him what had taken so long, he didn't answer clearly. He seemed shaken but refused to talk about it. I went into the bathroom after him, and immediately, I felt something was wrong. There was a small window that looked out onto the back of the building, where I saw an old, broken structure. It was completely deserted and gave me an unsettling feeling. I came out of the bathroom feeling disturbed, unable to shake the eerie sensation. The next morning, I asked my friend why he had stayed in the bathroom for so long. He told me he had seen a man in a white shirt standing in the broken building, smoking a cigarette. What scared him was that the man seemed to be smoking the same cigarette for 2 straight hours. This made me even more uneasy, but we had to prepare for the wedding, so we tried to push it out of our minds. As we got ready, I went to take a bath. When I turned on the water tap, I heard someone singing and calling my name. At first, I thought it was my friends playing a prank, so I yelled at them to stop. But when I turned off the tap, the sound stopped completely. Curious, I turned the tap on again, and the voice returned. This time, I was terrified and hurriedly finished my bath. When I told my friends, they laughed, and didn't take me seriously. My best friend went in next, and when she came out, she was pale. She said she had heard the same voice calling her name while the water was running. At this point, everyone started to feel uneasy. My boyfriend and another friend decided to explore the building to look for someone who could explain what was happening. As they walked around, they noticed a woman changing her clothes in one of the rooms with the door wide open, which they found odd. They also saw the same man in the white shirt, but he disappeared seconds later. When they returned to the room, they told us what they had seen, and we all began to feel a deep sense of dread. Later, we found out something even more disturbing. We learned that all the rooms in the hotel were actually vacant, and there was no one staying there except us. Even the receptionist we had seen the night before was nowhere to be found. When we called the person who had helped us book the room, he was shocked by our experiences and seemed frightened himself. He told us to leave immediately, and we handed him the key before leaving. After attending the wedding, we had to return to the hotel to collect our luggage. None of us wanted to go back inside, but we had no choice. The person who helped us book the room had already left the key outside the door and switched off his phone. My friends went in to collect the bags while I waited outside. They said the room looked exactly as we had left it, but the eerie feeling remained. We quickly left and headed for the train station. Unfortunately, we missed the last train to Mumbai, and there were no buses or taxis available. After a long wait, we finally found a private jeep willing to take us back. The journey was uncomfortable, but we were just glad to leave Nashik. However, the nightmare didn't end there. The next day, we saw the same man in the white shirt in Mumbai, near my friend's house. It felt like he was following us. Terrified, we all went to a temple and started wearing holy lockets for protection. We moved into a new apartment in a busy market area in the middle of the city. It was a commercial building with a medical store and a pathology lab on the ground floor, a maternity hospital on the first floor, and apartments above. Our apartment was on the second floor, right above the hospital. The doctor who owned the hospital lived in the apartment next to ours. I didn't visit the apartment before moving in because I was busy with my 10th grade finals. At first, everything seemed fine. The apartment was nice, and we settled in comfortably. But after some time, my brother, who had made friends in the neighborhood, started coming home late at night. He began complaining about a strange feeling on the staircase connecting our floor to the hospital. He said that even when he wasn't paying attention, his subconscious would warn him to move away from a certain spot, as if someone was sitting there. Although he never saw anything, he always felt an invisible presence on those stairs. Later, we learned about an incident that had happened years before we moved in. A pregnant woman undergoing surgery in the hospital had tragically died when the doctor accidentally cut a vein. Her family was furious and vandalized the hospital in anger. It made us wonder if her spirit was still lingering near the hospital, especially since the eerie feeling was always strongest on the stairs near the hospital entrance. One night, I had an unusual experience. Normally, I shared the bedroom with my brother while my parents slept in the living room. But that night, since my mom wasn't feeling well, we let our parents use the bed, and my brother and I slept on a mattress in the living room. Though I'd never felt scared in the bedroom, I felt an overwhelming sense of fear and unease in the living room. My heart was racing, and I couldn't figure out why. My brother fell asleep quickly, but I lay awake, feeling restless. At some point, I finally dozed off under my blanket. Suddenly, I woke up to the sound of heavy breathing right next to me, near my right ear. It sounded like someone was leaning in close and breathing deeply. Still under my blanket, I assumed it was one of our dogs, even though they had never made such noises before. Without uncovering my face, I stretched out my hand, hit the armrest of the sofa behind me, and told the dog to stop. The breathing stopped, and I fell asleep again. Later, I woke up around 6 a.m. to the same sound. This time, I could hear my mom in the kitchen, and the lights of the house were on. I pressed a pillow against my ears and forced myself back to sleep. When I woke up and told my mom about how the dog had irritated me, she told me both dogs had been sleeping in the bedroom with her and my dad all night. I was shocked and couldn't understand what I'd experienced. I never slept in the living room again. There were other strange occurrences too. During the day, I often heard knocks on the front door, but when I opened it, no one was there. This happened almost daily, usually in the afternoons. The doctor's wife, who lived next door, also complained about knocks on her door. She blamed the kids attending coaching classes on the top floor and even threatened to report them. But despite having a CCTV camera on our floor, no one was ever seen knocking on our doors in the recordings. My brother's friend lived in the top floor apartment and had been there long before we moved in. He faced constant problems. He was always sick, and none of his pets survived more than a week. Dogs, cats, fish, even white rats, every pet he brought home would die mysteriously. Some of his cats even fell from his window. Once, my dad saw one of his kittens on the third-floor window. The kitten seemed terrified, as if it was fighting something invisible. Suddenly, it let out a chilling scream and jumped to its death. When the friend returned and learned what had happened, he was devastated. He said the apartment had been locked all day, and no one was inside. We never found an explanation for these incidents but assumed they were linked to the hospital. Hospitals often carry heavy energy due to the nature of the work, life, death, and suffering. Perhaps these energies lingered in the building. Despite these experiences, we lived there for 4 years. While the odd occurrences continued, they were never harmful. We enjoyed our time in the apartment, but the memories of those unexplained events will always stay with us. This story was shared by my maternal grandmother about a series of unsettling events that affected her family long before she and her siblings were born, though they witnessed the final chapter. The incidents took place in their Mumbai apartment and the surrounding area. It all began with my great-grandfather, whom everyone called Grandpa Babu. He was given this nickname because he was born after many years of his parents trying for a child, and in those days, generic pet names were often used to protect children from negative energy. Grandpa Babu grew up to become a successful businessman in the 1920s, with a thriving trade. Every year, he hosted a large meal for the families in his neighborhood, feeding around 700 to 800 people. His mother, Grandma Kay, a fiery and meticulous woman, took charge of the preparations. The kitchen in their home had a separate entrance for service staff, and this detail became central to the events that followed. One year, as Grandma Kay prepared the meal, a beggar entered through the service entrance and began eating from the food barrels. She spotted him and, enraged by his behavior, scolded him harshly. In her anger, she said cruel things. The beggar, deeply insulted, cursed her, vowing to bring about her downfall and take revenge. That same evening, as the sun set, Grandma Kay began acting strangely. She untied her hair, which was uncommon and considered a bad omen in those times, especially during sunset. She wandered around the house, muttering incomprehensible words. Initially, the family didn't think much of it, but as the days passed, her behavior grew increasingly alarming. She would mutter in a low, menacing tone and often spoke of harming herself. The family realized something was seriously wrong. Grandpa Babu sought help from their spiritual leader, who suggested a ritual to protect Grandma Kay. The ritual required Grandpa Babu to use a metal container filled with water, known as a kalash. At sunset, he was to circle the kalash around his mother while praying. The spiritual leader warned him that Grandma Kay might become violent, and advised having several men present to restrain her if needed. When the ritual began, Grandma Kay's behavior turned terrifying. She became uncontrollably violent, and it took 4 men to hold her down. Despite this, Grandpa Babu continued the ritual until she eventually fell unconscious. The spiritual leader had instructed that once Grandma Kay was unconscious, Grandpa Babu must keep the kalash near her head and remain by her side until midnight. At that time, he was to carry the kalash to a specific banyan tree and pour the water at its base. The leader also warned him not to go alone and to resist any voices or distractions that might try to stop him on his way to and from the tree. At midnight, accompanied by a friend, Grandpa Bubble walked to the tree and emptied the kalash. As they turned to leave, they heard voices calling to them, pleading and threatening, but they didn't look back. Determined to follow the leader's instructions, they walked straight home, where they found the family safe and unharmed. The next morning, Grandpa Babu visited the spiritual leader to report the ritual's completion. The leader, already aware of its success, explained that the banyan tree had been uprooted overnight due to the number of spirits released by the water. He revealed that more than 1,000 spirits had been attacking Grandma Kay, summoned by the beggar's curse. While the ritual had weakened the spirits, the leader warned that Grandma Kay was not entirely free and additional prayers would be needed to fully protect her.